stand here, sit here, prepare here to bring you a young lady by the name of Asha McDougall. But before we do all of this, my good buddy Adams, Hartly.
Yep.
What happened this week?
Oh,
What went on this week?
Basically, St. Joseph School of Medicine, that's being run by Dr. Kervin Ferrara, graduated 4 medical doctors. This is historical because I know for a very long time he was trying to, establish that university. I know he had bought land close to where the Catholic cemetery is, where our good friend Dr. Rodney or Pastor Rodney has the church, and then he established that building, somewhere in Roseau, and he was able to graduate 4 medical doctors, African students, but Dominican students are also enrolled in the program. So I would like to congratulate him. That's locally grown, and whenever we have that, we have to say thank you very much for such tremendous work that he is putting in terms of graduating 4 doctors.
And again, the confident Dr. Ferrara, we know him as a confident individual, an individual who has done just service to the beautiful country, his country of birth, Dominica. And as you made mention of the 4 young people who graduated this week. Again, it's historical, and that would not just go down in history just to say that Dr. Ferrara did this. We are going to see an increasing number, like we saw with Ross University and many other universities, even those at All Saints.
That's very good, because we know we have the United States Canadian School of Medicine in Portsmouth. Then we have All Saints University, but this is the first homegrown medical university.
That's important to note. Homegrown. We have had other graduations of that nature, but they were not homegrown. Yeah. It happened in Dominica.
Right.
But the important point, and we need to congratulate Dr. Ferrara
and his team. Yeah.
And his team for doing such a remarkable program in terms of the medical field in Dominica. Soon from now, we will see, as Ross University started way back, I think, in 1978, thereabout, with 5 students at Lakou. And they grew to maybe more than 1,000 students. So we are seeing the confidence that Dr. Ferrara has placed in the administration of the Ministry of Education, of Health, is important to really note.
You're right. Also, we had some breaking news quickly of the passing of a good friend, the man who is involved in petroleum products. Mr. Macmillan, who, passed away, and, would like to offer condolences to his family. He's been a pioneer in this business of petroleum products for a very, very long time.
Thanks God that we had him on the Lakou program for 4 hours at the age of 88, 2 years ago, and we had him from 7 o'clock to 11.
Oh, and 88.
And yes, and he was 88 at the time.
Wow.
And he was able to give us a remarkable story of his entire life.
Yeah, his upbringing, where he started.
The school that he went to. I remember he made mention of the Newton Boys School,
yes,
and having to go to Chateau and starting at the what do you call it? West Indies Oil.
West Indian Oil. West Indies Oil, yeah.
And the process that he had to go through to be what he was. Is remarkable. We know that his children now today will take the responsibility and move forward.
And I just want to highlight the fact that the great cricketer Gary Sobers was buried today.
Yes, I saw that the government of Antigua sent, I think, Vivian Richards, Rich Richardson, and also that of Andy Roberts. as the delegation to
Represent them.
to represent the people of Antigua.
Well, I remember him for some famous activities, basically 365 runs
You remember
against Pakistan in Jamaica.
No,
Where was
in
it?
Jamaica, Sabina Park.
Sabina Park.
Yes.
And it was later broken by our good friend. Our good friend, came to break it. Bran Lara broke it twice.
In Antigua.
In Antigua.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's great. And also his 6 sixes.
Yes.
One of the first
cricketer to have scored in an over 6 sixes.
Right. And one can say he was the greatest all-rounder that ever lived, in my estimation.
Could bowl fast, could bowl leg break, could bowl off break, and batted well.
Did you see him when he came to Dominica?
I never saw him in real life.
Oh, I saw him here at the gardens where he put some stick on one of the famous bowlers at the time. We used to call him Fingers. He threw him for 5 boundaries. He beat him with the first ball. The crowd went wild, but the next 5 balls
all went to the boundary.
Suba slaughtered him. Mm-hmm. He never bowled again for Dominica. Yes, Cecil.
Now, also to another pioneer, if we can say that, Mr. Popon, the father of the parliamentary representative for the Roseau Central and the wife of the Honorable Prime Minister, passed on during the week, and quite a number of people on the social media I saw send condolences to the family.
Oh, you're talking about our good friend Popon?
Yes, Mr. Popon.
He pioneered a number of stores. I know, for instance, he started working for Brisbane. That's where I remember seeing him. And then he opened his own business, mainly dealing with shoes and clothes and those type of items.
I remember, some people, discussion of some people talking about Mr. Popon and the things that he would have been able to do for poor people. So sometimes a person comes to his store and want to purchase a shoe. The shoe is, let's say, $15, but the person only has $7. He'll tell the person, go ahead, take it. And you saw that he developed himself as not just a pioneer to the business, but really helped in the development of young people, young minds. And so it's not a mistake why we see his children took quite a lot from him.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, I used to be one of his fans. I would always go there to get my shoes. He had a special type of, I think, a moccasin with holes in it, I always like to go there. I don't know whether you ever purchased those type of old-time shoes, the moccasin. That was
I never did.
Yeah, my black or my brown. So, I used to do a lot of business with him.
Yes. And as we said earlier on, that we have with us the young Ashma McDougall on our program this evening. I'm sure that many people, because the flyer went out this weekend, I saw quite a number of people following on the social media and making their comments and saying that they will be tuned. And as we're speaking already, quite a number of people already on the social media and Facebook viewing and waiting for Ashma to speak.
Of course, I saw the flyer myself, and I know quite a number of persons were telling me that they're looking forward to tonight. I know it's going to be an exciting one. I know people will ask the questions, and it's going to be an open discussion. So we're going to have a great night tonight.
I remember, Ashma at the level of the National Youth Council. I was part of the National Youth Council many years ago, but when I saw the transformation that Ashma brought into the National Youth Council, she brought in Youth Parliament and quite a number of other things, debates and really changed the face of the National Youth Council as we speak.
Right. Well, I also heard her speech. At one time, I said to myself, that sounds like the Prime Minister's wife when I heard her dynamism. And a friend told me, boy, that's someone we have to look out for in terms of the 3 women, Mr. Skerritt's wife, Ashma, and also the PAL rep for the Point Michel area. 3 women felt, looked pretty good in terms of future. in terms of leadership.
Someone said that Sobers to be buried on Wednesday the 29th, and also said that today was a full-scale rehearsal for the official ceremony.
Oh, rehearsal.
So actually it was a rehearsal, not the burial.
Okay.
So he'll be buried on Wednesday. And someone also said that Mr. Popon started working with his aunt at his aunt's shop, Marie Deschaussee, before he actually started at Brisbane. So thank you very much for that information. You see the power of the media.
The people are listening, man. Yeah. My goodness me.
And someone just said, good evening, everyone. Rosanov is with Ashma. Good evening to you, Ashma.
Good evening. Good evening to you, Mr. Joseph, and to you, Mr. Adams. Thank you so much for welcoming me onto the program this evening. And to everyone who has joined live, good evening and welcome.
Normally, we don't allow people to say Mr. Joseph and Mr. Adams. We're having a chat. Right. You can say Cecil, you can say Cess. Get closer to the mic so that, your voice can go right through. Yes. Thank you for actually accepting our invitation. And you are here today on the Lakou, a very popular program, a program that many people will tell you that no one sees of his or her struggle, but they see the success. And so the Lakou really starts to help people to have a better appreciation of others and their struggles into their success. Adams.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having her. I know her in my area, in Church Lane area. I know her father very well. I know her grandmother, my very, very good friend, Venus. I mean, I used to go to that hotel almost every time. I remember when we had some Haitians coming there to work for her, And I remember she bought over that place from Sparrow Winston. So Vina has been very good to me. And also the hotel she has in the Pont-Cassé Bells area. Man, that was my great friend. So seeing her granddaughter is always a pleasure, having her here today. Now,
Ashma, you're here today to tell us about Ashma. Who is Ashma? And in terms of the Lakou, we have to relate who is Ashma with the Lakou. And some people might just see your glory, but may have not known of your upbringing, the struggles that you would have gone through. So you are here as a young person who has actually been able to not only be successful, but you are almost like a mentor to many other young people. So I would like you to walk us through, Ashma, going back as a girl from your preschool days in the yard in Bath Estate, with your granny, Didi, and your grandfather, so and your aunties and your uncles. Walk us through.
Well, before I begin, Cecil, I would like to acknowledge, I see that there were pleasantries that were done prior to the start of the program. So I just want to acknowledge the tragic passing of one of the constituents in Rosanov, and that is Otis Francis, who lost his life last week in a heartbreaking tragedy at the port, as you're aware. We went to visit the family, and really and truly I cannot tell you how heartbreaking this is for them. So my thoughts and deepest condolences are with his family and friends and loved ones. He was well loved in the community of Tarish Peat. And at the same time, I also want to commend the Grenadian Port Authority for the dignity and respect that they would have shown with the tribute that they would have had sometime yesterday, I believe. The gesture was quite a fitting tribute, in my own opinion, and the emphasis was placed highly on, reminding individuals of the safety and their commitment to the safety at the port. So again, just extending, condolences to the family and friends, and really keeping them in our thoughts and prayers at this time.
It is important in terms of what you just said, really, the Grenada Authority, Port Authority. It tells me that, Ashma, that you are very much in tune. Not many people would know exactly what the authority, the Port Authority, would have done for our own Dominican, and recognizing what happen in Dominica. So I really want to say to you, thank you for really identifying the work of the individual and what the Grenada Port Authority has been able to outline. So thank you very much for that.
Well, I mean, even two commendations to our own, because I had conversations with a few of the port workers, and they have already been in conversations with a therapist. Shout out to my own former colleague, Mrs. Shoya Grant Massicot. And as well, there was a candle vigil on Thursday, very well attended at the port. And so it just reflected how well loved he was within the community. So kudos to those on the port who have obviously come in to organize and contribute those efforts, and to everyone on ground who is still keeping his family and friends in prayer.
Right, so now let's go to the start of what I requested of you. That is to give us a walkthrough of your life as a girl in Bath Estates.
Okay, so often I talk about, my upbringing by my grandparents, but I must obviously speak of my parents, Cecil. My dad, my late father, Kawe, well known, and my mother, Carol, they obviously have a significant contribution, obviously, to my life. My parents were quite young when they had me. My mom was only 18, and my dad was a little older. But while I would have lived with my parents for, the first 4 to 6 years of my life, most of my formidable years were spent with my grandparents. That would be Ma Didi, affectionately known as Ma Didi. She was Lucy Daru, originally from Sansove Gurup, so from the east. They say about wise people come from the east. And as well, my grandfather came from La Plaine. So my roots are in the countryside, and I love the countryside so much. But my grandmother and grandfather would have moved to Newtown, and so they spent many of their years there. My mother was just talking about rock cake yesterday, and how my grandmother was well known for her desserts that she made back then. In fact, I was mocking my mom. I was asking her, for all these times that you with my grandmother, you never learned how to make it, so you could show me how to make rock cake and all these other desserts. Mm-hmm. When I was already in primary school, my grandmother had stopped making those. At that time she was a huckster. But growing up with my grandparents it seemed normal. I mean, no, I enjoyed spending time with my parents, but to be quite fair, I really loved being raised by my grandparents. How grandparents spoil children. And at the same time, parents are strict with their children, but then grandparents become less and less strict as generations go by. So I had that luxury with my grandmother being raised in Bath Estates. And growing up with my grandmother, she taught me so much. So, and when I say my grandmother, I mean my maternal grandmother. At the same time, I was also fortunate to as well be raised by my other grandmother, my paternal grandmother, Vina McDougall. So I really had a very strong foundation because of the hardworking individuals who contributed to my upbringing. My grandmother, Didi, she was a huckster. My grandfather was a farmer, and I spent some time on the farm with him as well. And my grandmother, Vina, was a businesswoman. And I mean, everybody knows Vina. My grandmother was an extremely successful businesswoman, very prominent businesswoman. And, just hearing about her story, while I was being raised, it was just so, inspiring, because my grandmother really grew a business from nothing, from scratch. She came from very humble beginnings, and for her, having built such a successful empire, it is extremely inspiring. So, with all of these different influences from my grandparents and my own parents, it taught me a lot. It taught me integrity. It taught me about hard work. These things, and they were never optional for me, because, looking at my grandparents and my parents themselves, I always wanted to succeed and excel beyond what I would have done the day before. I started off at the social center, preschool. I still remember my graduation dress today. It was a yellow, beautiful dress because my father always treated me like a princess. And I went on to St. Martin's Primary School, where, I spent most of my years, excelling. And then I went on to the Convent High School. But
before going to the Convent High School at St. Martin Primary, there must have been something that you were taught that kept you the way that you are when you enter into
high school.
Yes.
To be honest, the person that I am now, this is how I've always been throughout my life, even in primary school. So at primary school, I always found myself excelling. Excellence was always at the core of who I am. And so every year I would obviously excel with great grades, but on my report card they would always say, Ashma talks too much.
To this present day, right?
To this present day, while I'm doing house to house, Ian Douglas, big up to my campaign manager, says Ashma talks too much. So clearly this has followed me even through my adult life, that I talk too much. Not that I talk too much in a bad way, but at the same time, like I always like to engage with people. And so I always find myself speaking a lot when I speak. I'm very curious. I always want to know more. Like I'm curious to know exactly like trying to trace a pattern in something. So that's probably like why it's always been there. So, I was involved in choir at St. Martin's Primary School. I was involved in other little activities as well. I was a brownie when I was young as well. So I always found myself involved in different activities. But at the same time, for me, excellence was always at my core.
Sometimes when people talk about excellence, they're very competitive. So in that stead, did you see yourself very competitive?
Indeed. Even today, I'm very competitive. But to be honest, I've never really looked at it as trying to compete with other people. For me, competition is always about being a better version of myself. So right now, if I do something, I look back at my performance and I say, well, how can I improve? And that was me at primary school and at high school as well. I mean, obviously you want to perform well because you want to make your parents proud. And at the same time, you want to do well. But for me, it was always like, how can I be better? How can I be a better me? Not necessarily how can I be the best out of everyone who's there. So it was never competing with others. It was always trying to do better than what I did the day before or the year before. Well, at that time, I wouldn't know about the day before. I would have known the year before or the term before. So I wouldn't necessarily say I am competitive, but when I look back at my own journey, it has always been, how can I be a better me? So at primary school, I excelled through grades 1 to 7. I mean, at that time, we would have not had the universal secondary program yet. In fact, when I graduated from primary school, this was the year that the universal secondary education program was introduced, and where we moved from having grades K to 6 as opposed to 1 to 7. So, and I did extremely well, and I must obviously shout out my teachers. I still remember them, Miss Williams and Miss Reed and Mrs. Morrow. They were also very instrumental, and as well Mrs. Darampol. They were all very instrumental. Mrs. Activille as well. She was my former principal at St. Martin's Primary School. So all of them were very they played a great role as well for me, because I always found myself creating relationships with mentors and different individuals in my life.
And I can imagine as you're going along, the success that those teachers that you're talking about would say, Ashma, I always knew you were going to go there.
Interestingly enough, yes. Because again, for me, how I am now is, to be quite fair, how I've always been, even as a young girl. I've always wanted to do well. And so obviously that the level of performance has changed obviously throughout my life. When I was at primary school, it would have been doing well academically, and high school as well. And obviously as I matured throughout my life, it was different. Doing well, not just academically, but holistically. How am I doing well?
So as your journey is going on now, from primary school, you have spoken of the work that you would have done and the contribution that you would have given to the school, and also the relationship that you built with the teachers. In that transition, through that journey to high school, give us a walkthrough of your high school days.
So I would have attended the convent high school. At that time, Mrs. Dorothy Levy was our principal from first to fourth form. And at high school, obviously, it was quite different because at that time, convent high school had been seen as the school where persons who really want to do well and excel attend. And so I was very proud to have attended the convent high school. And throughout my tenure at the convent high school, through every form, again, I was excelling, doing well. Leadership was always something that I was almost drawn to, or I would say it followed me. I was always in some form of leadership role at the convent high school. I found myself as a form captain or a class captain. And even in my final year at convent high school, I was I graduated as a head girl of the convent high school. I also was sports captain of my sports team, which would have been St. Agnes. I know there are many of the convent girls who are probably listening, and at that time we would have came out third. If Miss Leandra Landa is listening, we're coming back again next year. I'm hoping that you're inviting the alumni students to come to participate. And additionally as well, I was also prefect. So I've always found myself in leadership roles throughout school. And at convent, it was the same. I enjoyed as well, importantly, the friendships that I made with many of the people who actually are still my friends today. At that time too, I also found myself involved in many different curricular activities. So I was a member of the Girl Guiding Community. I found myself in altar serving ministry. I also found myself involved in steel pan.
Hold on, you're trying to tell me that you're an acolyte? That's what it is? Is that what you're saying to us?
Indeed. And at that time in my life, my grandmother, Didi, at that time would tell me, hey, we have to go. So I would actually be sometimes at mass 3 times on a weekend. Saturday night, Sunday at 7, Sunday at 9. Because at that time, Bishop Malzere would have been the presiding bishop. And so he would have had masses both at 7 and 9 on a Sunday morning. Now we only have like the 8 a.m. mass, but before it would have been 7 and 9. And so...
So hold on. It might be different, right? As a young girl, as an altar girl, compared to the boys who give us their experience. Ensure that Rennick Thomas might be listening, who give us the experience about the losty, about going in the priest's yard and catch their fishes that they would have had in the pools and bring it home. Your granny would have given you a change, and you'd go down the hill and buy loga with the offering that would have been given to you. You had any of that kind of experience?
No, I never.
Never?
I know that was not me. I was, you could consider me somewhat of a teacher's pet. So I was a very disciplined young girl, Cecil. And so I found myself, obviously, in fact, to date, I remember a conversation that I would have had with Bishop Malzere during confirmation. I was an altar server, but then he was having a conversation, and he asked me, Ashma, I really think that you should consider going into, service and becoming a nun, a sister.
Did you follow that?
Well, at that time, Cecil, I have to be honest. My response was, I think I have different ambitions for my life. So even then, at probably 15, I'd already known that I wanted to obviously go into something much bigger, something to serve much more purpose. I'm not saying that to speak down onto persons who are serving ministry, but even at that time, I already knew that my purpose would have probably been bigger. And so, well, we know that I did not become a nun, or I did not go into that service, that ministry of service. However, it was definitely that just goes to show, a reflection of my own character at that age in my life.
So you did some self-introspection and you realized your calling was not to be a nun.
Indeed. It was not. At that time, I'd already figured out that where I really wanted to be and what I wanted to do.
So now you're in high school, you would have gotten some new friends. Any of them would have persuaded you to do otherwise than what you were thinking?
I make a lot of reference to that when I meet people, even on ground today. Like when I do house to house, or when I'm speaking to younger women and younger girls, specifically, regardless of being in any setting. If I'm speaking to young girls in a group, if I'm talking to young people about mentorship, like just mentoring them, I am so fortunate to have the friends that I do, because my friends have always been supportive of me. I have friends that I have known since I was in preschool who are still my friends to date. And I have friends, obviously, who I made along the way. And for us, to be quite honest, many of us have actually been inspiring each other to do better. So I have, a quite successful friend circle. Most of if not all of my friends are educated at graduate degree level. Some here, some overseas. And, we just have such a tight-knit circle where people keep on influencing, inspiring others. Like we are almost, a group where it's just flooding with positivity. And I'm so fortunate for that, because it's been like this since we were young. So I cannot say that I've had anybody who actually influenced me to do otherwise. And importantly, I really can't be pressured to doing things that I don't want to do.
So let me ask you, the life that you lived in Lime Street as a young girl, how much of that would have really impacted your academic achievement in convent?
So people actually say, I never knew you lived in Lime Street. And that is because outside of the activities that I did, I found myself as a bookworm. I found myself like really, at home studying, or finding myself in doing something that was constructive or positive. So I didn't necessarily find myself like running the streets, perhaps as my brother did. My brother was more of a coward than I was, to use a more, in colloquial terms, I was not a coward. I was not someone who you would find often on the streets. And even today, I'm not someone you really find often on the streets either. However, for me, it was instrumental, because I was not really distracted. I never found myself distracted in life. I've always been this go-getter and achiever, a high achiever. And so for me, it just seemed natural. Like everything that I did, I think the purpose was just there. Everything was just, it was meant to happen how everything happened in my life.
No, back to convent high school. You left the convent high school as the head girl.
Yes.
Sometimes people are elected by virtue of their involvement in the school. Some persons by their academic achievement. Some people, all of it.
Right.
What allow you to focus on becoming the head girl of the school, and what was your campaign like? Because you're into the campaign mood now, because that's part of the yard. What was your campaign like in the development of yourself and achieving to then becoming the head girl of convent?
So campaigning was really good. Well, again, for me, I again, it goes back to just how, for me, I'm a social butterfly. So I found myself interacting with different people across different levels at school, whether that be first formers, second formers, third formers. So I was well known, and I won convincingly actually as well when I ran for head girl. But again, because of my involvement across different activities within the school and outside of school, and like I said before, having continuously served in leadership roles at different levels in school, whether that be first, second, third, fourth form, it was only fitting that I would have, transformed, or I should say moved into being selected as a prefect, because that was the process. So Convent High School would select a group of young ladies who would serve as prefects or monitors for the during their year, and from that you would have different nominees being put forward, and then there would have been an election for head girl. The campaign, I don't even remember the campaign, to be honest. I don't even remember the campaign, to be honest. But quite frankly, it would have been, I would say, interesting, because I'm a person, I put my all in everything that I do, and I was successful.
So your journey through education, next, you went to the Dominica State College?
Actually, yes, I did. So when I graduated from the Convent High School, and again, I must say, the teachers who I would have interacted with were very instrumental in my own success at high school. I must say a shout out to Mrs. Dorothy Levy, who was my principal for first to fourth form, and then Mrs. Dublin was my principal at fifth form. And then as well the teachers like Mrs. Banis and Mr. Peters and Mr. Macaulay and Miss Prentice and all the other teachers who had an influence and contribution to my own success at high school. I really say thank you. For me, I always knew that I wanted to pursue something in business, because as I said, my grandmother Vina was very instrumental in my upbringing. I mean, I still remember when my friends were enjoying summers, I had to find myself down at the World of Food in the middle of Roseau. And my grandmother at that time would have had a plethora of different businesses. My grandmother was in cosmetology. She was in the kitchen, so she had a restaurant. She had a bed and breakfast. And so I would either find myself doing pedicures at 9 years old or probably doing jerry curls with my grandmother at 9 years old, or in the kitchen, or even making rooms, like cleaning bedrooms at 10. And when I was older, like at 15, my grandmother also had another property in Pocasset, and so if she felt like she wasn't coming down to Roseau, I would actually have to open up in Roseau as a young girl. So it was only natural that I would find myself, pursuing a degree in a business-related field. So when I applied for Dominica State College, I applied in the business administration program, and I started in 2005. And again, it was the same. I always excelled and Miss Prevost, shout out to Miss Prevost, who is the current CAPSEC. She was actually my lecturer at Dominica State College. When I attended Dominica State College, we developed a very amazing bond. And I found myself, one of the things I remember the most at Dominica State College was we do a capstone course, and it requires all the business students to do, well, it actually still exists today. It's a business for a day. And at that time, my friends and I, because most of us were studying within the same discipline, we decided to do a business where we would do smoothies. Now, obviously, we're talking 2005, so almost 20 years ago. So that was not something that was popular in Dominica. Again, we wanted to do something that was unique, because that's who I am. I always want to think out of the box and do something that was fresh. And we got high commendation for running our business. Our business was profitable. We had an amazing idea, and it was an attractive setup space. So I would have graduated from Dominica State College. I graduated as the top of my business class, and I decided to work for a year with my grandmother's business in Dominica before going off to university, because I was still very young at that age. And at the same time, I always felt like it was necessary to have a gap year to try to understand if this was something that I really wanted. I mean, granted, I had been exposed to it for so many years that I thought it could have been that probably I was just directed to this because I was always exposed to it, and perhaps I might want to do something else. But it turns out, like, for me, even though I was great at it and I was always exposed to it, I wanted to understand other parts of business and other parts of society.
Like someone said, remember this like yesterday, always innovative. That is from Cassie Sabroch.
Yes.
So many persons are already online and are giving so many positive comments about you. Ashma is amazing. I mean, if you go on social media, you'd see the number of people that are actually on and actually commending you on your kind of success, you know. Someone said that you're a go-getter. That person must have been at school with you. Another person said that she's listening in Little Rock in the USA. So you have quite a number of people who are on with you at this time. Someone says Roseau Central 100% with Roseau North Labour. That's just the politics of things, because we know that you are involved in social politics today as we speak. Now, Ashma, while you are at the Dominica State College, what was your vision like for yourself? Even if you knew from the very beginning where you wanted to go, but when you arrive at the Dominica State College, things can turn. What was your vision like for yourself?
Indeed, things changed for me, because at the same time, like I was saying, I was always drawn to wanting to pursue some career in business. And at that time, in hindsight, because now having gone through the process, in hindsight, just like with many students when they go through high school, the notion of, you know, what to study is quite limited in regards to the careers that they can select. So you think of business and you think of being a business owner, but at the same time it's so broad, you know, business analytics, you can go into MIS, like management, marketing. So it's become so much different now in hindsight, now knowing what I know. But for me, I wanted to do more. And at college, it really exposed me to knowing more, because I got to interact with different people. I got to interact with different lecturers like Mrs. Larond. And then Mr. Max, he passed.
Max Andrew.
Right, Mr. Andrew. I actually took a political science class with Mr. Andrew. And I remember, you know, those arguments that me and Mr. Andrew would have all the time. And I think this is what really drew me into thinking more that, you know, politics might be something that interests me. The political science, understanding it. And so again, you know, the different schools obviously had their impacts on where I thought I would go. But at college, where I was exposed to, you know, creating different relationships with different individuals, and obviously being exposed to many other disciplines outside of business, it really, I would say, it made me more curious. It made me more curious in understanding, or I would say it intrigued my curiosity, because I wanted to know more, and I wanted to as well try to achieve more outside of the realm of business.
Let me ask you a question here. Your curiosity, you like challenges.
I do. I love a challenge. It goes back to the competitive nature of myself. I really love a challenge, because for me, I always feel like I can do something regardless of what the outcome is. If, for example, the path is this way and I know it's this way, I, being the person that I am, would want to go that way and see how I can, you know, come through the maze, come out through it, through a different path. I never like doing something the way that everybody does it. Because it's not challenging, right, and I like to challenge myself.
You like to challenge yourself, okay.
No, you at the State College. You had leadership. You played you had a leadership role, or you played a leadership role in convent. The State College. How much of that you did?
At Dominica State College was a little different. I didn't find myself necessarily in any leadership role per se. At that time, we did have student government, but I was not active in student government. But I still found myself, obviously, advocating for things in different ways, right? So at that time, our president would have been Mr. Charles. Yes, I remember Mr. Charles. And we had a student activities director, which was Helen Marino. She actually is African. And so if, for example, there were specific things that I was not pleased with, I would go straight to them. Like, because again, that want for representing people and serving people, or experiencing something, a challenge that I feel could be tackled in a different way, I've always had that interest to doing so. So while I may not necessarily have been involved in student government, I found myself advocating for myself and as well for students in different ways.
Sports. A little bit about sports.
Well, I'm not really a sports enthusiast. I tried my hand with cricket. Would you imagine that, Cecil? I tried my hand with cricket with Mr. Shillingford. At that time, Havis
Shillingford.
Right. At that time, he lived near my grandmother's hotel in Roseau.
On Cox Street.
On Cox Street, exactly. So as a little girl, obviously, as I wandered around, I would have met him and he would have invited me to a sports tryout. Pearl, I believe, was on the team at that time.
Pearl Etienne.
Exactly. Right? And so I went once, and to be honest, Cecil, I never went back.
Can you imagine?
I went once and I never went back. However, when I find myself involved in playing sports, I am the most competitive person you will find, because I don't like to lose. And that's just a part of my
DNA.
core.
You're part of your DNA. Now, at college, Cecil, let me ask you a question. Did you ever believe that one day you'd be a lecturer at your institution?
Interestingly enough, no. I never saw academia as something that I would have branched out into. I really just was hell-bent on becoming an entrepreneur, becoming a business owner, because again, that was all I was exposed to at that time. And so when I went off to university, so when I graduated from Dominica State College, I went into my grandmother's business and I worked for a year. But a lot of the different conversations I would have had then with, persons in the likeness of Mr. Andrew and Miss Prevost and even Miss Prentice back at the Convent High School, it made me think beyond just sticking to business and trying to understand, I guess, business from a different lens. So I still remained within the business discipline, but I decided, let me challenge myself, because it's just like, if you speak French, I would say don't take a French course at high school, because you're not going to learn something new. It's just an easy A. So I decided to challenge myself. And so I was already thinking of different disciplines that I wanted to pursue. And economics was what it was. So throughout the time that I worked for my grandmother in that gap year, in my mind, I already knew that I wanted to do economics and finance.
No, Ashma, I think I have to read this. The person said, if this represents the political future of the Commonwealth of Dominica, then the future is not only bright, but also in capable hands. With an informed and engaged electorate, this young lady should have a strong opportunity to earn the support of voters in her constituency. This young lady should have no problem in securing victory in the constituency. Her leadership, vision, and commitment to public service could represent a positive step forward for the country's future. That's very strong
Indeed.
Statement from the person who sent it.
I appreciate that person's confidence in me as well.
Wow. In half an hour in your presentation, that person feels feels that she should be able to mention to the rest of Dominica and the people who are actually reading the comments to send a message to them.
Thank you so much for those kind words.
Another person said, I am not a registered voter in Roseau North constituency. However, your voices are sure at my home. I love enterprising young people.
Right.
Thank you.
These are for me
Some
very
comments.
encouraging words.
I'm very humbled by these comments. Thank you so much for the confidence that you place in me and you continue placing in me, and even to my constituents. I mean, to be honest, Cecil, I've been interacting with people outside of my constituency as well, and they've been telling me, boy, I would buy a house in Rosenhof.
Yeah. So now you step your mark outside of Dominica, or did you take some time before you would have gone out to further your studies?
Yes, so I did take a gap year. Again, for me, I just wanted to ensure that I was mature enough to go out there. And at the same time, I wanted some more time with when you are raised in such a tight-knit family, it's hard sometimes to leave quickly. So the extra year really afforded me an opportunity to, learn more practical skills within the realm of business and to really start preparing myself for what college life would have looked like. And for me, again, with the challenge that I like for myself, I decided to choose to go to a university that was as far out from any family that I had in the US as possible, because I wanted an experience that was not going to be influenced by any family. Sometimes when you go off to the US and you go to a place where you have family members, it taints the experience, because you might find yourself probably going to school and then going home, and then you're interacting with the family members that you know. So I have family in New York, I have family in Atlanta, but I decided to go all the way to Minnesota, all the way upstate, bordering Canada, extremely cold weather, in a place that I had never been before. I'd never been to Minnesota, and this is where I ended up. And I chose there because, one, like I said, I wanted to go to a university where I did not have as much family, or any family at all, or where I knew anyone, because I wanted to make new friends. This sounds very intimidating, going to a place young, you don't know anyone. But again, it just is a reflection of the challenge that I like in my life. I wanted to meet new people. I wanted to be exposed to a different setting and different climates. And I wanted to really make the best of it.
What about strengthening your character?
Well, that too, because obviously I'm going to be on my own. And so for me, there were so many different things. And even when I came back and, I was a lecturer, I told that to my students so many times, that you learn more at university in your dorm room and even with your friends than you learn in the classroom. Because there are so many different things that you learn on that journey while you're living on your own at 17, at 18 years old, in a new country, in a place where you know no one. Yes, you may have family in other states. New York was like 18 hours away from Minnesota. So it wasn't like it was like a hop and a skip away. It was extremely far. So for me, there was so much character development that came from, living in a state so far out. But at the same time, for me, it was one of my best experiences. I enjoyed Minnesota. We'll talk more about, I don't know if you have a specific question you want to ask.
You can go ahead.
So I decided to go off to the University of Minnesota in Minnesota. And at that university, I decided to study economics and finance. I was trying to do a minor in music because at that time I was heavily involved in steel pan. We haven't spoken a lot about it, but steel pan was also like an instrumental thing for me, like an instrumental part of my upbringing. I love music. I think that's what led me to becoming a calypso judge. I love music. And so in my years in steel pan, we arranged music. We traveled to different countries to perform. So again, I must say, the late Eddie Andre was very instrumental, as well as the late Pancho. They both were amazing mentors within my musical career at that time. And so when I went off to university, I tried to add on an additional course, which was steel pan, music. And it was not successful because at that time, there was nobody. Steel pan was something people were actually, they had never heard of before. So the guidance for steel pan would have been nearly impossible, because I'm coming to a state that is predominantly white. And so steel pan was not something that people really knew about. So the guidance was somewhat misjudged. And so it was not approved for me to pursue a minor in music in steel pan. However, I was able to transfer 60 of my credits from the Dominica State College into university. And so I only spent 2 years at university as opposed to 4. And even, I talk about this a lot because at that time, in 2005, Dominica State College the program was strong enough that the credits carried into universities, in top performing universities in America. And that still happens today. I'm advertising here for Dominica State College, but it was amazing because as opposed to having spent 4 years at university, I only spent 2. Right? So I decided to select economics and finance because I had a knack for business, but I wanted to broaden the horizon and broaden my scope.
But before you talk about your scope, just imagine the Lakou. Your grandmom, at the age of 9, allow you to get to the kitchen and allow you to get to a salon. At the age of 15, you could have already managed the business. That is the story, the backstory of the Lakou. That is the dark story of the Lakou, as we said at the beginning.
I would say it's basically, you see the mentorship where your parents in the old Lakou days would nurture you into different... Prepare you for life. Because you can't just be sitting around doing nothing. You have to come and help, your family in the business. Let me ask you a question. The steel pan, very interesting. Did you play the bass? Did you play the tenor?
Single tenor, always. For me, and I love the single tenor because it was, to me, the most... Well, everybody thinks that their instrument is the most important instrument in the orchestra.
I would say guitar.
Yeah. Everybody will think that the instrument they play would be the most critical. But the single tenor was where, I really went in and showed my skills. Today I can still play steel pan. Actually, I found myself with some former members of my group at Adams factory during Carnival. And they were setting up for an event. I think it was Signal Band's event, actually. It was the welcome ceremony for their costume band. And so they were setting up. And while they were setting up, they told me, "Hey, Ashma, do you still remember how to play pan?" And I told them, I think they're very disrespectful to suggest that I would forget how to play steel pan. And I went on there and I started playing songs like it was 2014.
Let me ask
2008.
What type of pan? Did you play on the chrome pan or the old steel drum pan?
I played on single tenor on the chrome tenors. Actually, I even played on the digital tenor once because at that time pan was so instrumental, and we were traveling to different countries for whether that be learning how to tune pans, because we had sessions in St. Lucia. We went over to Trinidad. We performed as well in a regional competition in St. Vincent, or was it Barbados? So I had much exposure to steel pan even across different countries. So I forgot that part of my life, but at the same time it was very instrumental because it was a huge part of my life. At one point, I would bring my tenor home and I'd be playing music. My father would be making noise because he's like, "Oh, I play music after 12 in the morning." But I was really infatuated and obsessed with steel pan at that time.
Very interesting.
So let's go back to your university life.
Yes.
2 years you said you made?
Right. So I would have spent 2 years in Minnesota, and like I said, I chose that particular school because I wanted to make new friends, and I wanted to ensure that my life was not going to be affected by relationships from my friends or from my family. And I got there, and from the moment I got there, it felt like it was like home. I met people from all different countries. Friends that I still have today. Friends who invited me to their weddings in Korea, and in Zimbabwe, and in Finland, in Nepal, in Malaysia. I made so many different friends from all across the world. But
So we can say that you're well connected.
indeed, I am well connected.
And if these friends of yours are well connected where they are, can
indeed.
can you imagine, your standing politically where you'd be able to reach?
Indeed. I mean, to date, some of my friends work in different sectors. Some of them are in politics, because some of my friends were studying economics and politics. Unlike me, I did economics and finance. But some of them are involved in politics in different parts of the world. Some of them are involved in NGOs. Some of them are involved in finance organizations. Some of them are involved in culture and media. So we still stay connected because for me, I've always understood the importance of networking and understood the value of networking, because quite frankly, I feel that the success of anyone is heavily reliant on how well networked that person can be. Because at some point you're going to obviously draw in on the resources of other individuals, right? And it's not just success at a national level or success at a business level, but even in life. I mean, just having a good network of friends to obviously contribute significantly to your own success. So I still keep connected to many of these friends of mine who are all over the world. In fact, when my candidacy was announced, a lot of my friends reached out to me saying, "Oh my gosh, we knew this day was coming." We knew this day was coming and they cannot wait. So I'm still connected with them. And at the university, again, excellence was at the core, and I found myself delivering on a very successful capstone research. So while I would have left Dominica, at that time, a key project that remained very dear to me was return migration. Because when I left, even at that age, I mean, many people go to the US and to other developed parts of the world and they think of greener pastures. For me, I've always understood that the grass is not always greener on the other side, but instead the grass is greener where you water it. And
I like that. I really like that slogan. The grass is greener where you water it.
It is.
Wow.
I mean, you can imagine, it's like, two neighbors, one has well manicured lawn and the other one doesn't. But we don't even take time to consider what is causing perhaps the well manicured lawn to be as beautiful as it is. Perhaps the neighbor is giving it more time. Perhaps the neighbor is feeding it with fertilizer. Perhaps the neighbor is ensuring that there's an irrigation system that can contribute to its consistent watering. And so when people travel out to different parts of the world, I know often, we think, boy, there are probably better opportunities over here. And for me, it was never that. Like, I always wanted to come back home. And that is because I always saw a future in Dominica.
Let me ask you this. I like the concept that you brought in terms of migration, because most of the intellectuals, most of them believe, as you said, the grass is greener over there. Here you are, an intellectual. You are thinking in terms of your future. And why did you take that position? That you would not stay in the United States, or probably move to a neighboring country, let's say Thailand, Cambodia, the Philippines, Canada, across the border. Why? What drove you to come back?
Well, I mean, remember at that time when I left as well, my grandmother had business. So for me, and my father also was involved in business too. I mean, at that time he had opened his own guest house in Goodwill. So it was only imminent that I would return to Dominica, because I myself could contribute my own skills, my own knowledge to to their businesses, whether that be in marketing, whether that be in finance. But at the same time, having a broader understanding of how the economy works, it felt natural that wanting to come back to Dominica and contribute to some form of development in whatever sphere that was only natural. So I wasn't thinking of, staying in another man's country and trying to develop it with my own talents. Too often we keep thinking that, there are better opportunities out there. But at the same time, if everybody leaves, then who's actually going to contribute to seeing our country move forward?
As we're going through the program, I'm seeing now on my phone that we have 114 people live. One person said that please don't encourage people in politics tonight. Listen to the young ladies, please. Another said that good night, my friend. So nice hearing you speak tonight. So proud of you. I am glued. Wow.
Very interesting.
So I can say to people, you can call now if you so wish. The numbers that you can call is 1-800-327. I repeat, 1-800-327, or you can call 305-432-9744. 305-432-9744. That's if you're overseas, as a toll-free number. You can also call 448-3281, 448-3281, 448-3279, or you can also call 448-3284, and you can ask your question to Ashman McDougall as we go along. So quite a number of persons are engaging on the social media and making some real positive comments. Yes, Hartly.
Right. Now that you've completed your university life, you're back into Dominica, and you're heading to the State College,
Well, so funny enough, when I returned, my parents, Carol and Phil, they would have already started their business at in Goodwill, St. James Guest House. And so I came back, and I did not obviously know where I would land, right? Because I'm coming back fresh, coming back from living in a strange country, meeting new people. And so my mind is very different because I've lived now in developed world. And funny enough, I really wanted to get my feet wet in my actual field that I studied, which was economics. And so I reached out to Miss Prevost via Messenger, actually. And I said, Miss Prevost, I'm back. I'm not sure if there's anything available at Dominica State College, but I wouldn't mind teaching, perhaps part-time. And she said, of course, bring in your resume. And I started literally like the next week, because at that time they were looking for an economics lecturer. So when I started at Dominica State College, I started part-time, and it was quite nerve-wracking because for me, I was young. At the same time, some of the students were almost the same age as I was, and I had never taught before. I mean, I was a tutor at university, but I mean, these were students who were different. I mean, they're in a different society, so the experience is completely different. Coming back to Dominica and teaching at college level was quite intimidating. So on my first day I stood at class, I believe it was Mr. Ronald Smith who actually introduced me to the class, because at that time they were removing some courses from him because he had quite a heavy load. And
Ronald Smith from Baffin State?
Yes, Mr. Smith from Baffin State. Mm-hmm.
Rogers, as we normally call
exactly,
it.
right. So he would have been the one to introduce me to the students, and I mean, to be honest, it just kicked off from there. My first semester started in January of 2012, and when I did that semester in 2012, I fell in love with academia. I fell in love with teaching. And I mean, I kept teaching for 13 years. Like, I kept teaching for a number of years at Dominica State College. Obviously, I mean, throughout that time, a lot changed. I became more comfortable in the classroom. And in the same sense, as I said before, I'm someone, if this is the path that someone tells me to take, I will want to go multiple different ways to get there. So when I started teaching, after 1 year of teaching, I actually introduced a different curriculum for the economics program, one that would have been more rigorous, one that would have exposed students to more branches of economics, because the economics program at that time, it was simply micro, macro, advanced macro, and other business courses. And I didn't feel like it was exposing students enough to understanding economics. So it would have been a review to include environmental economics. And at that time, I felt like, in our country being one that is so pressed on tourism, it's evident that there must be some kind of discussion about the trade-off between our environmental decisions and as well economic development. So there was an introduction of environmental economics. There was also an introduction of public sector economics, and as well a research methods course in economics. I think this was the one which was most contentious, because I remember verbatim my students telling me, "Miss, you think it's Harvard, man? You teaching? You think it's Harvard, man?" Students going to, because they felt like it was like I was challenging them so much, because at doing a 2-year course, doing something like research methods, doing something where it actually required them to go out and gather information and come back and do presentations, it was quite endearing. And so for them, they felt like it was a lot. However, it was really instilling in them different skills that they used today know in the business world and in their own respective jobs and respective careers.
You mentioned research methods in terms of investigation, but here I'm linking it as to your mindset in terms of curiosity, all your variables, your validity, your reliability, all the methods, sampling and so on in terms of research. I mean, this is a lot of investigation. How did you find they went along with it?
Honestly, I received high commendation from everyone, because the research course was structured in a way where students would select a topic with my guidance, and they would select a local topic where they would delve into understanding things like public transportation, agriculture subsidies, look at national issues like the National Employment Program, universal secondary education. And what I felt this did, in fact, not what I felt, in some instances, the quality of the research that the students produced was so amazing that we would actually send those papers down to the government. Because I mean, this is how policy is formed. Policy is formed from research. It's evidence driven.
Yeah.
And so at that time, when we had students like Stephanie Pascal doing research on public transportation and understanding traffic congestion in Roseau, and what are some remedies to, addressing public transportation through polls and through parking meters and initiatives like that. I mean, those were amazing suggestions that we would have sent down to the ministry and sent down to the respective ministries for potential consideration. There were research papers that were done on the landfill and a potential waste disposal fee, on agriculture and how to incentivize young people in agriculture. So, I mean, for me at that time, every time I stepped into the classroom on the first day, I would always tell students that, listen, you're coming in here today, and the person you come in here today has to be extremely different from the person you graduate as in 2 years' time.
Right. I find it rather interesting. That's why I challenged you on this, because I find you ahead of your time in terms of the research methods, which I know is not one of our disciplines here in academia here. I mean, when you go to university, that course in terms of research methods, I find it very interesting in terms of the papers you presented. Somebody's on the phone.
Yeah, so let's take that call quickly.
Yeah.
Good evening to you, caller. Thank you for holding on.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ashma, congratulations. I'm listening to you and I'm on board with you. Let's go, Ashma. Let's go. Love you.
Thank you very much, caller.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I find it very. I find your mind is very deep. As I look at you and as you present yourself, I find you're always challenging. And when you do economics research methods, I find in terms of your analysis, bringing in perspective that analytical thinking, which I still see, in terms of your politics, which I will ask you in a few minutes' time, in terms of your analysis, what you will bring into the politics. That I will ask you later on, Cecil.
Well, someone just said, Cecil, this young lady is a gem. She can sell herself. Just let that young lady talk and expose what she is capable of. She can handle her business. Very intelligent, very eloquent, and absolutely well-rounded. Wow,
Thank you.
Ashma,
Thank you so much for those words.
No, Ashma, how do you see yourself preparing into an election that maybe that you would have prepared yourself since at Convent High School?
Well, Cecil, let me ask her the question that way, so she can draw in all those things. What drove you into politics? Why politics? Where did you begin? Where was the genesis?
I think going back to the discussion of my upbringing, it draws in from the fact that I've always found myself drawn to leadership roles, or leadership has always found me. It was only natural, to be honest, that I would find myself wanting to serve at a national level. I mean, at the Dominica State College when I taught, doing the research methods course, or I would say teaching that research methods course, it really enabled me to pick into different national priorities and policies and understand, like, you know, what areas potentially we could provide policies, prescriptions to the government to potentially, you know, draw into an economic development and economic growth. But beyond that, I've always wanted to make a contribution at a national level. I've always seen myself wanting to serve. So before even going into politics, I must say that I'm just going to step back.
You want to take that call before you step back?
Sure.
Okay, let's take that call quickly. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Good evening, caller.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening to Miss Ashma McDougall. I hope you're okay. I see you okay. And I just called to say, on behalf of the Roseland North constituency, he has our full support. All the way with Miss Ashma.
Thank you so much.
See, thank you very much. We have not spoken about politics just because she has given herself up to the political arena that people are going to call and to give. So I want to say to some persons that are on Facebook who think saying to us, let us not go to the political side. We are here talking to you generally about what you have accomplished in life. And by virtue of how you have been able to sell yourself, people will definitely call and like the last caller did, give some kind of compliments. Yes.
Indeed. But before I go into the political landscape, I must speak about my experience with the National Youth Council. Because for me, even before National Youth Council, so at Dominica State College, I found myself obviously wanting to go further. I pursued a master's degree with George Washington University. So I pursued a degree in economic policy. But again, at the core of my being has always been wanting to strive for excellence. So in 2018, I actually went off to the University of London to pursue a PhD in international development and economics, and economic development. And I went up to United Kingdom. I lived in London. I studied my degree in the UK. And I decided that, listen, I'm going to again choose a topic that focused on a Dominican issue. So I selected a topic that focuses on culture and poverty, with specific focus on indigenous populations. And so my research was centered around understanding whether there was a correlation between culture and poverty, specifically looking at the Kalinago territory. And I wanted to do that research because part of, research, there a lot of literature suggests that there is a correlation between culture and poverty. especially when they look at Native American populations. And so, looking at that, I decided to go into this, but in the Dominican context, looking at the Kalinago territory and Kalinagos. And so I came back home in 2020, and when I returned to do my research on ground, heart of COVID. In the heart of COVID, I wasn't obviously able to do ethnographic research on ground, going into people's homes and having conversations and obviously living like the people do in the Kalinago territory. And a year later, I found myself still at home, but I had always had an interest in the National Youth Council. I've always had an interest in advocating for young people because, again, I spent many of my years teaching at the Dominica State College. Even when I returned in 2018 and I returned to the research, I went straight back into the classroom. So I came straight back into Dominica State College teaching. But at the same time, like, I felt it was necessary to step up and contest at the national level for a leadership role. And at that time, it was the NYC. I was successful, and I served as president from 2021 to 2023. And my tenure as the president of the National Youth Council was extremely inspirational. For me, at that time when we came into the NYC, to be quite honest, the National Youth Council had been in, it had not had a very long-standing, I would say,
structure,
but at the same time, it was not an entity that many people perhaps would find themselves wanting to pursue. I mean, on one end, it was not as present, it was not as active. But again, being the person that loves a challenge like myself, I figured this is the time. Let me, accept the nomination. And I was successful. And I must say that really, I think this is one of the roles I've enjoyed the most in my life to date. And I always speak about it because for the time that I served, it was quite encouraging. As soon as we won, and at that time, again, I must shout out the executive. I had because we talk a lot about sometimes structures and organizations, but I believe that an organization is as strong as the people in it. So it's not just the person at the helm of the organization, but all of the other arteries that are involved within the organization. So serving alongside me would have been the first vice president, Mr. Firelander, and the second vice president, I believe, was Miss Georgiana Albert. Also, Miss Luana Laura, who was a former colleague of mine. She and I would have gone to Convent High School and as well Dominica State College together. Additionally, at that time, we would have had Miss Rila Benjamin serving as secretary. We had Kalinago representative, Mr. Adicia Burton. Mr. Ashford Norris would have been our chairperson. We also had student representatives in the name of Miss Nia Bell, and as well Mr. Kyle Richards. I mean, shout out to all of the members of the National Youth Council. I cannot call every one of you 14 people who served alongside me, but we did a very amazing job, and I must say kudos to all of you. The day that we won, Cecil, the next day, it was a Sunday, we were in the office. The next day, we were in the office. And the Monday, we were already restructuring the office. By the next week, we already had paint and we were painting the office. And by the week after that, it was, okay, guys, how can we rebrand? How can we create a new logo? How can we create a new face for the NYC? Because for me, anything that I do, I try to excel and give it my all. And at the same time, like I said, I always try to do something differently, uniquely. That's what I bring to any organization, to any entity, to any project that I'm working on, I always try to do it differently. So when we came in, we obviously, we would have met with the chief of the youth development division at that time, Mr. John Roach, and I think from following the conversations we have with Mr. Roach, he too was very confident in our capabilities and capacity to really bring, a breath of fresh air into the National Youth Council of Dominica. And through our efforts, we were able to revitalize the district youth council. So that had not been existent for many years. We were able to revitalize district youth councils in the west and in the northeast and in the north. And in other parts of the island. We were able to as well just to breathe fresh air into youth organizations across the country as well, because for some time they felt that they did not necessarily have a voice, and they were not necessarily represented well. And so instilling that confidence back into the youth organizations was amazing. I remember a meeting that we would have had with the president at that time, Honorable Charles, His Excellency Charles Savre, who had given us a mandate. He asked us to ensure that there were more groups created by the end of our tenure. And we actually were able to be successful with that. Because what happened is, when young people see things moving, when young people see a vibe and an energy, they are gravitated towards that. And so we were able to do just that with the National Youth Council. But again, for me, in wanting to, be challenged, we were able to secure grant funding for projects on the National Youth Council of Dominica. So outside of the subvention that we were receiving, I wanted to ensure that we could secure funding to do other projects. So we received funding for a climate-related project. We received funding for a recycling initiative. And then at the same time, we were able to execute some major national products like the National Youth Parliament and as well the National Youth Awards. Both of these projects we received very high commendations for. The National Youth Parliament, the late Speaker of the House always said, you all did not execute the first National Youth Parliament. But I always say that it was the first of its kind. Because the National Youth Parliament before was always one where secondary school students would come together and would speak about a particular issue. But the structure of the National Youth Parliament for Dominica was different in that we went through a process where we asked persons to apply, and we had a very large pool of applicants applying to be part of the National Youth Parliament cohort. And the structure was that we would have the youth parliamentarians debate about topics that were hot.
Yeah, we have a caller.
You have a caller. You want to take a break here?
Yeah.
Let's take that caller.
We'll stick a pin.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead, you're live.
Go ahead, you're live, we know.
Oh, we're live. Okay, sorry. Miss McDougall, how are you?
I'm quite well, thank you. How about you?
I'm good. I want to commend you on your journey. It's been a remarkable one since, 2005?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to call to give my support. And, continue. We are all watching. We're rooting for you. And we're looking forward for you changing, the landscape for young people who want to make a difference in Dominica.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Abigail is one of my old school friends from Convent High, actually.
So someone said, as you're saying that, good night all, and your highly esteemed guests. I am from Jodel, but living in St. Lucia. Personally, I see a future where Dominica is led by a woman, and she'll be another tough leader as the dame. Another person said, pleasant evening, Cecil, Brain, and your guests. Ashma, I am very impressed with this young lady. And another person said, I love this slogan. The grass is greener where the water
where you water.
Where you water it. Irrigation.
Wow. Yes, continue, Ashma.
Yeah.
But so yes, Cecil, with regards to the National Youth Parliament, it was different because the emphasis was more on allowing the youth parliamentarians to discuss topics that were of key national priority. So we would have been working alongside the Speaker of the House, Mr. Isaac, and he was able to really guide us in developing the specific topics that we were debating. All intended really to provide insights to the senior parliament as they would have moved forth and move forward with developing policies at different levels based on different national priorities. So the first sitting of the National Youth Parliament, it was a great success. I mean, even the persons who would have listened live, we received so much high commendation from other individuals as it relates to, just having that delivery from young people. It was quite impressive. At that time, we had many young parliamentarians, two of whom we have lost, and I would obviously as well just like to remember them. Mr. Daniel Panthier from the Soufriere constituency and Mr. Hanif Gregoire from the Roseau South constituency. Both Daniel would have passed prior to the sitting, but he was another formidable young person who had political interests. And as well, Mr. Hanif Gregoire from the Roseau South constituency, another young son of Ambassador Gregoire, another young individual, again, who would have had interest in pursuing a political life. So the debates, they were of high quality, high standard, and we really enjoyed putting on that event. And then complementing that would have been the National Youth Awards. The National Youth Awards hadn't been hosted in about 7 years. So the last time National Youth Awards was hosted was, I believe, just prior to Maria. And so hosting the National Youth Awards at that time, it was great success to us because many of the things of the initiatives and the programs that we were hosting were programs and initiatives that hadn't been hosted for a long time. So we really were able to just breathe life into the National Youth Council. And young people were inspired by that. We had young people who were interested in serving at all different levels. And even so too, when the elections came around, people were asking, you're serving for another 2 terms, right? You're going back up. But at that time, I had spent so much time away from my PhD that I had figured, no, I want to finish what I start. And so I did not pursue another term. But I offered my assistance to the NYC to ensure that, we could have kept the fire burning within the National Youth Council.
Very interesting in terms of your genesis, in terms of evolution into the world of politics. Well, when I talk about politics, I'm going to be talking about politics on the national level.
I have a friend in St. Lucia. She says that, Ashma, you're well spoken. Let's go back. She's a Lucian and she's listening to the program. So just imagine. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Very well. I have been listening from the time you put on Ashma. So I wanted to say hello to her and to ask her, can't you remember the fellow that was in charge of the boys of the poultry house in Pantry, Lucas?
Of course!
Okay. I hope you should be poll, Ashma. And I don't know if I'll be able to celebrate with you because I've been going through some little problems health-wise. But I fight in,
Yeah.
Fighting. I resume my farming, little farming and so on. But I've been going through some kind of difficulty. I could not come to you when they launched you and so on, but I follow up closely. And I hope you beat Babylon forces against you and we emerge victorious I am a socialist, so don't ask if I.
Yeah, so Mr. Perfect.
So
Yeah.
so when you say you're socialist, do you mean center left or just
right
left?
of center?
Or right of center? What do you mean?
Far left.
It was just for laughter. Yeah, far left.
Far left. Okay,
Far
Papa.
left.
Okay, Papa.
So Ashma don't have to ask you.
Far left.
So Ashma don't have to ask you any question.
Any question?
She knows where you think.
Your position. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Indeed.
Yes.
So
All right.
All right.
some of my time too was spent in the countryside. At DSC, we were in charge of developing a poultry program that would have supported a national poultry program across Dominica to provide training and capacity building for poultry farmers in Benz and in Londonderry and in Portsmouth and in Marigot and in different areas in Dominica. So I was able to traverse many areas in Dominica and get to know many different people. So I'll definitely keep you in my prayers. I as you shared that you're experiencing health issues, but I really appreciate you calling in and extending your support.
Another person is on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening.
Tony.
That's Tony Estevans, right?
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds like
Tony
that,
has oh, Papa. Well, you have the big
Yes.
guns with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ashma, every time I listen to you speak, either on the radio or at meetings and so on, the more that I am convinced that you're the best candidate for the North constituency. And I want to tell you this time in public that I fully endorse your candidacy. I am absolutely no doubt you're going to win, and that you're going to make a significant difference to the political landscape of our country. I want to wish you all the very best, and at any time you need any assistance from me, feel free to call me at any time.
Thank you. Thank you
Alright.
so much.
Keep going, and you're doing extraordinarily well. And your competence is on record, and just do what you have to do to win the election. God bless you, and have a good night.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I appreciate those words as well. I mean,
Someone just sent
thank
me
you.
and said to me, 210 people are actually on YouTube listening to you, and 140 on Facebook
Wow.
from
Wow.
the end.
Wow.
So
We are-
Thank you so much to the audience, and thank you for
we-
persons. I
we-
mean, Sundays at times you want to relax and stay in bed and perhaps just have an early nightcap. So I appreciate everyone who's listening live and contributing and sharing such nice words.
Someone said Cecil program, well, nice, 100%. Ashma, wake me up.
Lakou, wake me up, man. Right.
Yes.
Right.
I'm just going through my phone, and see
Yeah, well.
a set of things that have been said, Yes, go ahead, Ashma.
Yes, so my colleagues and I from DSC would have Mr. Brawl Leslie and Miss Valda Joseph. They would have been involved in this animal husbandry program that we would have created at a national level, and that was really to ensure that it could provide the capacity needed by poultry farmers across Dominica to the abattoir. So this would have happened in 2015 and 2016. So traversing around Dominica, I came in contact with many different people from many different walks of life, and that too was a very exciting endeavor because I've never done poultry farming before. So while I was engaged from the business aspect, to train poultry farmers to understand how to run a poultry farm from a business perspective, being involved in the class allowed me to understand, the difference between broilers and layers, and understanding, how to actually raise chickens from the animal husbandry perspective.
So as you say that, let's just pause for a while. There's someone on the telephone. That's the problem I was going to have when I said we are going to open the line. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good evening.
Awesome. So just listening to this candidate here tonight, I can only say that the Rosenhoff constituency, putting all political affiliation aside, has no choice but Ms. Ashma McDougall. This young lady is talented, she is visionary, she is driven, and she has what it takes. And I have to share a sentiment of a previous caller, I think, commenter, who would have stated that she has the likings of the Iron Lady, the junior class. So I must say this young lady honestly has a very bright future. Wishing you all the best, Ashma, and hoping that the people of Roanoke are listening very closely and will see in you the leader that you are. Congratulations already on your win. Before you hit the polls, there is nobody out there that holds a candle to you. Congratulations, my dear.
Thank you. Let's go back to the telephone.
So
good evening. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Good night, good evening, caller. Calling from Wilson now.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, caller.
Good evening, caller.
You're live? You're live?
Yeah, I'm calling from Wilson now, Funko Lee Flat.
Mm-hmm.
Just calling to say, Ashma McDoodle, we support you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Yes.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to say to the people on social media. We cannot, because I also want to say to the listening public out there that we are going to also give the other candidates the opportunity to come in and to speak to them the same way that we speak with Ashma.
Well,
so
let's say that we will give the opportunity to Mr. Danny Luge.
No, let's go. No, I said to the
other
other candidates.
Where
yeah.
we can mention
Yeah.
his name.
No. I'm not saying that there are more than two other candidates.
Or other candidates.
So I'm not saying that we're going to give the opportunity
To the other
candidates.
Right.
All right. So I just want to make it be known that other candidates will get the opportunity. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Good evening, caller.
Good evening.
You're live.
Good evening. Calling from Guadeloupe.
Thank you, Guadeloupe. Go ahead.
Good.
Yes. I would like to ask Ms. McDougall a question. And
Go ahead.
so just to clear the air. I had a transit from France, and that person is the male to the hammer of the United Workers' Party. And then in our discussions, he said to me that Labour Party stolen the candidate for Roanoke. So after why? Said to me that Ms. McDougall was approached by the United Workers' Party to run for the election, and then she agreed. And then when PM heard that she agreed to that offer, PM approached her, and then she refused. And because she refused, they said to me that PM paid her, gave her a sum of money, and then she agreed. I would like her to clear the area for me, please, on that issue.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, caller, for the question. Go ahead, Ashma.
So, I mean, this is a story that I keep hearing. And one thing I would say, to be honest, Cecil, I'm a very blunt person. And perhaps people will not necessarily appreciate my bluntness. But as it relates to the speculation about who approached me, where I was approached, who paid me, who did not pay me, I think it's quite distasteful, that people have created a storyline to suit their narrative. To be quite frank, I'm very flattered that I was approached not just by two parties, but by all parties. Obviously, it speaks, I guess, much to perhaps what people see in my capacity. And there was no time that I would have confirmed that I was running on any other ticket, right? So obviously, when people make such accusations, I would tell the caller as well. I mean, and I've been saying this for so many days and so many weeks. Not everything that you hear may be true, right? But for me, not everything that perhaps I might say people might believe either. The fact is, I know my truth. And at no time did I confirm to the United Workers' Party that I was running on a United Workers' Party ticket. I was approached, yes, and we had conversations, but there was no confirmation of my candidacy for the United Workers' Party. And obviously, for reasons that I would not disclose now, I would disclose at a later time. And as it relates to receiving an offer for pay, that in itself is absurd. And I want to make it clear that for me, I am a well-accomplished individual at my age. And for me, I have worked hard for everything that I have in my life. And as I have said before, nothing in my life I want it to come easy. I always choose a path that is more difficult. And so there would be no reason that I would want to accept money to want to serve people of Dominica. I mean, it's absurd. I've never lived a life where I would have wanted to ask, depend, or be bribed by anybody. And so it's not at this point in my life that I would start doing that.
I like how you respond. Give a frank answer. But someone just said, Ashma, you are such a brilliant and well-spoken young lady. I endorse your candidacy and truly hope you are able to do something for the youth, not only in the constituency, but Dominica by extension. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Rosanov in the house.
Good evening, Rosanov. Oh, yeah.
Yes, Miss McDougall. Miss McDougall, lady for Rosanov. I wishing you very to win at Rosanov seat. I campaigning for you very hard. I want you to just keep meeting with the young people of Funguli, Parish Pit, Mount Daniel, Bravincock, Stock Farm, Belleville,
Yampis, Louisville,
Pottersville, you know, and you know who's calling.
I do.
Asphalt also. Area of asphalt.
Huh?
Area of asphalt.
I don't know what you say.
I said the area of asphalt.
Asphalt.
That's above Coca-Cola there.
Right.
Yes, above Coca-Cola.
Yes. You know, and Mr. Cecil, I want all you to work much more harder with Miss Ashma, because Miss Ashma have who that means to go in Catholic church now. So just keep doing what you're doing. You want the committee in Rosanov, just keep doing what you're doing, because I want Miss Ashma to win that seat, because what United West Party trying to do, if they ever win for them, like the referendum for them, believing that they're going to win next election. But we in the Rosanov area, we have to make sure that not happen, that will not happen, because we believe as we had just win twice, but not this trip. Because I see more young people with Ashma and a set of people that used to follow United West Party with Ashma. And Ashma know how it is, and she have to keep doing what she doing.
Thank you. Yes. Another person said, I would not spend my Sunday night doing anything else but listening to someone who has so much to offer our sweet Dominica. Another person said, very articulate young lady. Another person said, watching from St. Martin, blessings my sister, strong lady. Words of encouragement.
Thank you. Right. Those words are so encouraging as well. I mean, it's so humbling to hear people, keep on encouraging young people. Because, often young people may feel threatened, or they might feel intimidating probably walking into a space like this. But with words like this, honestly, I'm very fortunate and very encouraged by what people are saying. So thank you very much for the kind words.
Someone said, my girl, you have a bright future ahead.
I've already had a bright future. So I will continue having a brighter future.
Interesting.
Facebook is really good.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. So Ashma, let's come back to the Ashma. You have been involved as an educator. Okay, so let's just take that call quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry about that. You can call back. You have been involved as an educator. Also, you as an entrepreneur. You have been involved as a person in the National Youth Council, looking at young people's view. If by any chance, when you become the parliamentary representative and you have a discussion with the Honorable Prime Minister, and he says to you that you can determine what ministry would you like, what would be your response?
Well, I mean, I've spoken about business for the entire evening, so one would definitely think that that is what I would probably lean towards. And quite frankly, having conversations around the constituency with the constituents in different communities, I'm really drawn to wanting to re-engineer the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Dominica, because quite frankly, the private sector is really the engine to a small economy like ours in Dominica.
Hold that thought, and I want you to come back to that.
Yeah,
good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Sorry. Good evening to you, I'm Cecil.
Good evening to you.
And to the Brainy, good evening to you, and to your guest, Miss Ashman McDougall.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. And Ashman, I would like to wish you all the best. I know this Cecil, you know this. I know this Ashman from her mother womb. You know, mother stomach.
Wow.
I was one of Venus workers, you know that. But I say you don't know it. And we have Venus talk about Paula. This is the Paula calling you from SNB.
Okay.
I know her mother. I know her grandparents from her mother, from her father's side, and both on her mother's side. I know everybody is very well. So this is a little hard. So I want to just wish her all the best and continue the good work that she has been doing. And Rosanov, give this young lady a chance. Okay?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paula.
Right. Yes. So, yes, you're talking about the...
So, yes, Cecil, I mean, we all recognize that the private sector is really the engine of growth for a small developing state like Dominica. And, I mean, from a young perspective, like from the youthful lens, even walking on ground in several different hamlets of Rosa North, there are so many young people who have different ideas and have, amazing, I would say, remedies to different problems that exist, but from a business perspective. Like they have interventions that can tackle a problem that exists. But for some of them, the business guidance is not there.
Hold on the business guidance. You need to talk about the business guidance.
Fast and furious.
Because the calls are coming in. Good evening to you. Oh, sorry about that.
The business guidance may not be there, and there are gaps that exist. And so for me, I have already in my mind even started booking different appointments with different young entrepreneurs in the constituency, because I almost want to provide an avenue to guide them.
As you said that, I know a few weeks ago that you had a meeting with some young business people in the community or in the constituency. What was it like?
So let me just share this. To be quite frank, I am extremely different, as you know. So people are saying, boy, when are you having a community meeting? When are you having a block meeting here? And when are you having a block meeting there? And Cecil, I mean, welcome to New Age politics, because the face of politics is changing. I mean, yes, we're having block meetings, but we've also been engaging young professionals in the constituency. So we had a young professionals mixer, for example, a couple weeks ago. Well attended, and we invited professionals within different sectors within the economy, in engineering and in science and in business and in medicine.
We need to talk about that. Just hold on. I tell you, the telephone is going on fast and furious, and you don't want people to think that you're not taking the calls.
So this is Fast and Furious 6.
Yes.
This is the 6.
Good evening to you, caller.
Also,
good evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Adams, good night.
Good night, my brother.
Miss McDougall, good night.
Good evening.
Yes, I have been following you from day one, from the date you were brought in, from the date you were launched, and I have already concluded that you are going to represent my constituency. I am not in Dominica now, but I live in the community of Stock Farm, and I am very elated and very happy that you have taken the leaf from your grandmother
and then you are following through from where she had started. And I know I don't know you in person, if I may, but I knew your dad very well. I know your mother. Your mother and I are friends from a long time. And I listened to my friend Mr. Astafan a while ago. And I am very happy at the way he how you call it? He
endorsed,
yeah. The way he publicly endorsed your candidacy, and I'm happy with that. And I think my friend, the PM Skerritt, made a very, very good choice in seeking your candidacy to the Dominican Labour Party. And I'm very elated. I wish I was around you. I would have come to you, but I should be around before the election day is, and I will try to meet you in person. It is a very good program. I've listened from the beginning. I wasn't going to call in, but I was just listening, and I think you have the full support of the audience, and keep up the good work. And hope to be seeing you in the future. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. And another person said, I see a political leader in Ashma McDougall. Another person said, good evening, gentlemen, and your guest, young lady Ashma McDougall. Greetings from New York. I endorse her as a candidate for the Rosa North. Blessings.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And thank you so much for the kind words from the caller as well, my constituents. Looking forward to meeting him as well.
You're making mention about politics has changed in terms of social media, in terms of the scientific approach to politics.
Yes. I like how you say the scientific approach. I mean, because I look at everything as a science, right? And as I've said before, I mean, I mentioned this at DSC, I came in and I wanted to change the thing because I figured, how can we make it better? Coming in as a young person in the political landscape now, I recognize that young people participate differently in politics. And rallies and many of these community meetings are perhaps not as effective as other initiatives or other types of fora that can be used to engage young people. And at the same time, you also have many different types of voters. I mean, you have single parents, you have business people, you have, just a typical household. But then at the same time, for me, we recognize, with as diverse a strata, as an economic strata as Rosa North. I mean, Rosa North includes communities like Mount Daniel, Santa Roma, Stock Farm, and then other communities like Tarishpit, Yampis, Gutter Village, Fonkole, Louisville. And so it's quite diverse. And to reach every single individual means that you actually have to reach them where they are. And importantly, organize events that can target who they are to. And so in doing this, I proposed to the campaign team that I wanted to host an event that targeted young professionals. As a young professional myself, I would not necessarily have attended a rally, but if I was invited to an event to share my ideas on the different challenges that are faced within the constituency that I live in, then I would more than likely attend. And we had resounding attendance at our Young Professionals Sip and Think. It was an opportunity that provided, it was a space that provided an opportunity for young professionals to engage in discourse around the challenges faced in career progression, as well relative to community development, and as well other unique challenges that we had already identified within the constituency. Then last week, we also had another event that we hosted with small businesses, micro and small businesses within the constituency. Funny enough, we have over 250 and I'm pretty sure there's more, but we've identified 250 small businesses within Roseau North alone, right? And we're talking about people who are operating on a scale of, selling sandwiches, catering on a small scale, to large businesses. I mean, Do It Center and all of these businesses are in the Roseau North constituency. So hosting such an event allowed for an opportunity for businesses to network, all right, but at the same time for us to have a better understanding of the challenges that are unique across different sectors to the businesses in Roseau North. And as I said before, because I haven't answered your question yet, Cecil, in regards to what ministry I would ask for, but when we hosted that particular event, it really helped me to understand that every process I've been through in life, the business acumen that I would have gathered from my grandmother and from my parents as well, my mother, from my father, and even my other grandmother, all of that led me to really understanding that while I did not go on to study business, right? Because I did not go on to study business and business management, but the practical experience that I garnered while, doing pedicures for my grandmother at 9 at her salon, and doing jerry curl in her beauty salon, and managing her business at 15, like going around closing shop, opening shop. It really led me to understanding that this is what I want to do. I mean, as an entrepreneur myself, owning a business while obviously having a job, it has allowed me to really understand what process is necessary to provide guidance to other businesses and to see the realization of success among other businesses in Dominica and in our constituency. And this is why, for me, a priority is my contribution to re-engineering the ecosystem, the business ecosystem that most of these businesses operate within. But of course, as a young person, I also have a very strong interest for the youth economy. A lot of young people may not necessarily be extremely hopeful at this point, but at the same time, like, I see so many different opportunities where we can engage youth, whether that be youth who are engaged in positive activity and youth who are engaged as well in not so positive activity,
and maybe to the kind of links that you do have from your studies. As you said, some of them have become politicians. Some of them have been involved in maybe big businesses, right. And so I am sure that in the process of doing this, you're going to reach out to
Well, her keyword there is her networking. So you see, I see the linkage, backward and forward linkages you're bringing forward. Here we have another caller, sister.
Yes, let's take that caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Sorry about that. Took too much time. That's why sometimes those things happen. Yes, Ashma.
Yeah.
Yes. So for me, I have real strong interest in contributing to both of these sectors. But at the same time, I mean, being the person that I am, I mean, if the Prime Minister threw me in something like public works, I will go and learn how to mix asphalt. And I will be building roads if I have to, and look at infrastructure and see how we can obviously...
Well, you made it clear very early on you like challenges.
I do. I'm always up to a challenge, for sure. I mean, that's just, again, it embodies who I am as an individual.
No, someone from Goodwill said that, remember, Goodwill is a sporting or a sports community. What do you have to tell that listener and viewer?
For me, I have adopted a listenership approach to really trying to understand the different challenges that different communities are faced with. So I haven't really been trying to present a development plan for the constituency that is built by myself, but rather that is built by the different articulations of the constituents. And this is something that came up. Sports. Not just in Goodwill. Surprisingly, I mean, I've been hearing of so many different sporting activities across the different communities in Roseau North. So obviously, I mean, with Lindo Park, no, we have a much better facility. I mean, I use Lindo Park as well in the mornings. We have many avid health conscious runners in the morning and then in the evening. And then we have, persons playing football. And on a Sunday, sometimes you see the wrongest teams there. At the same time, some cricketers are even training in the mornings. So definitely, we recognize the contribution of sports to development in young people within Goodwill. But across the constituency, I mean, in Stock Farm, for example, we just held a meeting on Friday with different stakeholders with regards to seeing how we can revitalize that community space in the Stock Farm area. In Tarish Peat, currently collaborating with a young man there in organizing a small goal league in Tarish Peat. And as well in Fonkole, we are working with the chairperson of the improvement committee in Fonkole to the installation of lighting on the basketball courts in Fonkole. So, and I mean, all of these things are not necessarily being broadcasted, but it's happening behind the scenes, because from conversations, we recognize that some interventions are necessary. We recognize as well the importance of sports development within these particular communities, especially as an avenue to, ensure that youth are on the right track and youth are engaged in activities that are allowing them to harness their talents. And so I'm aware, as the caller said, of the contribution of sports in Goodwill or to Goodwill. But at the same time, it's not just to Goodwill, but there are other communities as well where we see great sports development happening.
Well, there's a guy I know, for instance, since you mentioned football in the Tarish Peat area, I know that he's made a tremendous amount.
Mr. Egbert Lambert.
Mr. Egbert Lambert, who has done a lot in terms of the small goal in the Tarish Peat area. And I understand he's not doing too well.
No, he isn't. In fact, I want to say good evening to Mr. Egbert Lambert. Funny enough, before this candidacy was announced and before going into this political life, Mr. Egbert Lambert was actually one of the first people that I interacted with while I was going around the community and getting a feel and understanding of the different constituents. I met him by chance, actually, on Bowers Lane. And just want to send some positive words to Mr. Lambert and also to Laura, his sister. Definitely keeping all of you in my prayers. And Mr. Lambert, I hope you're having a very pleasant Sunday evening.
You're well connected. Someone said that this young lady, this young people time, and we must give the opportunity to lead. We live in the time and not the other way wrong. Let let the young people have a seat on the table and lead the development of our country. Interesting discussion. That's what someone said on the Facebook.
I mean, the thing is, Cecil, we always say that the young people are the future, right? And I always rebut that with, well, if young people are the future, right? And if currently we are making decisions that are going to have repercussions in the future, it is quite evident that it is necessary to have young people at that table now. Because if we are the ones who are going to be experiencing the repercussions of decisions being made now, then we should have a part to play in that decision making now.
I like that. I like the word no. I like the word no. Yeah. So you have a right to be around the table.
Yes.
According to the writer.
Because Cecil, I hope you will be here in 30 years' time. but in 30 years' time, to be quite frank, I mean, it's really the young people that are going to be experiencing some of the repercussions. Well, I wouldn't say repercussions, but I would say that, the outcomes of decisions that are made now, they're the ones experiencing them. We are the ones experiencing them. So it's necessary to ensure that we're at the table now.
Another person said, you go, Ashma. I have your back. Such a brilliant and well-rounded individual with a vision for Rosanov, and the Dominica. I enjoy listening to you. Now, Ashma, what about the young ladies like you, younger than you, who may be having challenges in the Rosanov constituency? What do you have to say to them?
Well, quite frankly, I mean, I myself live in Rosanov, right, Cecil? And in my interactions with young women in Roseau North, I think that the challenges that young people face, especially women, are very different. Some people speak to unemployment. Some people, some young ladies are single parents, and so they're raising children on their own. You have situations where young people may feel that they're discouraged and they may want to migrate for better opportunities. And then there are young individuals that may not necessarily feel confident in their own selves. I mean, the advice I would give is different to each of them, right? But at the same time, for me, I have gone on to give some positive advice to all of these people that I meet, because at some point in my life, I may have been someone who probably was down or may not necessarily have been as confident that I am right now. And so my advice has always stuck to ensuring that people can continue doing the best that they can. I think often, especially like with we young people now, find themselves comparing each other a lot to what's happening on social media, right? And so, we hear the talks about the young generation wanting things now and wanting things quickly. And so, like I often tell people, some people see me and they would think, boy, perhaps I've always had a good life because of my upbringing and my grandmother's success. But none of that is true, because I've always worked hard, regardless of how successful my grandmother was. I worked. I found myself working. I was not just, enjoying and the benefits of her success. So my advice is always to tell people to ensure that they can put their best foot forward and work hard for what they want, genuinely. And at the same time, that in itself is good advice to anybody experiencing any difficulty in their life, whether they be a single parent, whether they are, probably feeling hopeless, probably not necessarily being too confident. I think it's really just about perspectives and perception. Sometimes I think we think we may not necessarily think of things from a positive perspective, and that can draw heavily on how we might interpret or how we might navigate through a particular problem. I'm a very optimistic person, so I always try to think of good things as opposed to the bad. Even in my business life, I would say that sometimes I have an event and something is not going the way that I want it to go, right? I may have ordered a particular product and it didn't get there in time. And for me, on the spot, I think, boy, okay, how can I resolve this? As opposed to thinking, boy, I don't have what I need. What can I do to ensure that I can still deliver to my clients? So I'm always thinking people probably need to take different approaches to life, because sometimes it's not always thinking about the negative or always thinking about that we can't do, but trying to see how we can put your best foot forward to do.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Brain.
How are you, my girl?
It's your night tonight.
It's your night, man. It's a pleasure hearing you, man, tonight.
Go ahead.
What's that?
I said it's your night tonight.
It's a pleasure hearing you tonight.
Oh, thank you. I did not even know there was Lakou tonight. I was watching the reunion thing
in Delis.
For the yes. So then after that, I switched to DBS, and then I missed out on a lot.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
But you're here now.
Yes. Hi, Miss McDougall.
Good evening.
How are you?
I am well. How about you?
I am doing well, thank you. Well, from what I have heard from you, you sound very eloquent. Very, very eloquent. I did not hear much. I just switched to DBS a few minutes ago. And I have a question. How do you feel going up against your opponent?
You mean opponents? It's not one. Opponents.
Yes. Opponents. Okay.
It's not one alone. The others.
Oh, there were others going for Roseau North?
Yes.
I thought there was only one more.
No.
Other individuals have expressed interest.
Three political parties.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, and the other candidates have expressed interest in contending for the Roseau North seats.
Okay.
But to be quite honest, I've said it before, I'm quite encouraged because the interactions that I've had on ground have been really surprising. I mean, you know, meeting young people, meeting older persons who all are, you know, really motivated and enthusiastic about my own participation in this has encouraged me, because, you know, people are saying, you know, this is not a stronghold for the Labour Party. At the same time, for me, I probably said this 5 times tonight, I love a challenge, right? And so I am motivated by this even more to do my best and to put my best foot forward. But more importantly for me, I'm not even really thinking about the opponents in this. To be quite frank, like, at this point, I've been interacting with people, and from my own interactions, it's just organic, all of these different interventions that I'm seeing that can happen in Roseau North. And I'm really humble in saying this, but I don't think that there's another candidate that can deliver what I can deliver in Roseau North for the Roseau North constituents. You know, I'm coming with fresh ideas, I'm coming with a new ideology, and at the same time a different approach. An approach that I think will definitely deliver results in Roseau North. So I'm more focused on, you know, how we're going to better the lives of individuals in Roseau North than, quite frankly, you know, contending in this particular by-election against opponents, some of which have been given many opportunities before to deliver the same thing and they couldn't. So,
you have any other question, caller?
Well, no, I just want to congratulate her, and I just like her positivity, you know, and her candidness. You know? So I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cecil and Brain, you all have a good night, okay?
Oh, yes. We'll meet again next Sunday.
Next Sunday we'll meet again.
We'll meet again.
Right.
I missed it. Brain, I told you about then your team. I told you.
Karma. We'll meet next week. We'll meet next Sunday.
All right, then. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right. Someone said on Facebook again that, girl, you have me wide awake listening to you. Normally, I would be fast asleep. Very good program. I think you have caught many people attention.
Yeah, look at another caller.
Okay, you have to call back. Now, Ashma, we spoke about ladies. What do you tell the young men now?
To be honest,
but before you start,
sure.
Let's take that caller quickly. Good evening, to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening.
Good
I
evening.
am listening to Lakou, and to be honest, I don't know the young lady, but I taught her dad at Goodwill Junior High School, and all I'm hearing is Ashma like that since she's a little brownie. I want to say Ashma represents the kind of futuristic mindsets that I think is lying dormant in Dominica. She is an outlier, and she will be an asset to any organization or institution that she lands in. That being said, with that kind of talent and intellect, people like that should not be stifled. And I really believe she will go far, and I'm hoping she's a catalyst to bring out other young people like herself. From a woman to another woman, from a CHS St. Agnes alumna to another one. You go, girl.
Thank you.
I am just seeing your grandmother, and like she would say, you are a well stand-up woman.
Thank you. That is so true.
This is really
so
what my grandmother would say. Oh my God, I haven't heard this in a long time.
That is words. And should say it in the country way.
Indeed.
Not the Roseau way. Not the Roseau
She will stand up.
My grandmother would always say,
She know your grandmother very
wow,
well.
that one. I have not heard that statement before. for a long time. That's exactly what
she would say, man. That's
indeed, and thank you, thank you so much for that.
A good laughter.
And I like that you said that, because to be quite honest, for me, and people say it often, you are one that may have been adding to the social commentary on Facebook in the past, and for me, I have always wanted to see where Dominica goes next. And I think that, like many young people who are doing online now, I didn't want my commentary to be archived on social media, on Facebook, or under the Dominica Breaking News posts. I mean, I think that when young people have talents and ideas, that they need to go beyond the social media framework and step forward and actually contribute. I mean, Facebook posts is not what's going to bring the country to the space that we're all wanting it to be. You have to step forward. And I hope that my own participation will serve as a catalyst for others to step forward as well.
I just want to say to you, after saying that, politics can be demanding and forgiving. Why a person like Ashma, after all of this big success that she's been speaking about, why did Ashma decide to enter into politics?
The unforgiving part for sure, Cecil. Politics can be that. I mean, my campaign manager, Ian Douglas, says it so many times. He says, but Ashma didn't need a job. Ashma didn't have to be here. And to be quite frank, I mean, I've had a very successful business. And like I said, my path would have probably led me to finishing off my PhD and perhaps pursuing a career in academia and continuing that, or, in economics and contributing to economic development of a developed country. But I know that with all of the insults that come and with the exposure to public life, I see Dominica in a way that I cannot even explain. In that, with the resources, with the talents that we have, there's just so much to capitalize on. And I felt that I could not contribute to seeing that within the capacity that I was in, like at a local level. Right? I mean, yes, we can contribute at local levels in committees and as well at, city council. But for me, I felt like there were so many policy proposals that are in my head, and there are so many different unique ways that I see different things working. And the way in my business, I have an employee, and he often says, boy, my boss lady's brain is wired differently. And quite frankly, that is just it. Like, the way that I think is so different, in that I'm seeing a Dominica that, we're dreaming of. And people probably think that it's not necessarily, reach, but it is. And so this is what really led me to making that decision to step forward. I didn't want to be part of the narrative that is archived on social media. I actually wanted to contribute to the legacy of growth and development to our country. So this is what led me to making that decision.
Let me micromanage it now. Let me go micro instead of macro. Micro. For Rosanov, what are your plans? I've heard other entities articulate their plans for Rosanov. What is your plan for Rosanov? What do you vision? What's your vision for Rosanov?
So, like I said, I started off by really taking a listenership approach to understanding what challenges people were facing. And I say this because at every community meeting that we've held thus far, in my introduction, I impress on the constituents that we came here tonight because we want to hear what challenges you have. I mean, granted, in doing house to house, they articulate those, right? They tell me, this is a problem I think that we should address in this particular community. But I did not want to present a plan to people because I feel that when there is active participation by community and people are responsible and for the plans that are being put forward, and that people are the ones who are contributing to those solutions, because it's not necessarily always, the challenges. You propose a challenge, but what is the solution to tackle that challenge? But when residents themselves who live in those communities actually participate in that, then there is greater buy-in and as well greater ownership. Because I could go to Fonkole and say, okay, well, I've been seeing you talking about the garbage disposal problem on Facebook, so perhaps we could tackle that, and that could be a problem. And the solution, I think, in my opinion, is working alongside Dominica Solid Waste Management and increasing the frequency of pickups and expanding the bin, right? The collection area. But that is just me coming in with a plan based on what I observe, and not necessarily having experienced the reality of the problem that people are facing. So when you ask me about my plan, the plan is actually still a work in progress, because the development nexus is evolving. New problems are being articulated every day by residents in the different communities. So, but I know for sure that I see a vision of increased economic activity within Roseau North. I mean, Roseau North right now serves as an economic corridor to the Roseau Central constituency. We see the expansion of business into Roseau North. I mean, we're seeing pharmacists, we're seeing supermarkets, we're seeing clothing stores, we're seeing restaurants opening up. At the same time, alongside the beachfront from the Woodbridge Bay all the way down to Baytown, it's just wonderful beachfront, a stretch of beachfront, and with the increased number of tourist arrivals on the Woodbridge port, I mean, one can only fathom the potential in the capacity of the Woodbridge area. I mean, I see the Woodbridge Beach Club being a perfect opportunity for offering persons within, artisans and persons within the cottage industry an opportunity to sell their craft to alongside the beach. But we're not thinking small, we're not thinking white tents, we're thinking beautiful spaces, luxurious spaces. Because again, in my mind, we're not trying to do things that people have done before, we're trying to do things in a unique way. And at the same time, when we drive up to Fonkole, I don't know if you've ever been, but I'm trying right now to purchase some land in Fonkole, because the views in Fonkole are the most beautiful views in Roseau North, quite frankly. I mean, they can boast of that. I myself am willing to buy house, anybody's house in Fonkole. I've been asking, are you willing to sell your house to me? Because, I mean, I love traveling. That is one of the things that I love doing the most outside of when I'm working. And when I went up to Fonkole, I felt like I was looking at views in Greece. And the infrastructure of the hillside of Fonkole is a replica of hillsides in Greece and in Italy. And I said to myself, but we're sleeping on us here in Fonkole. People talking about Fonkole and people look at it like, like it was like an impoverished community. No, like literally, I see the potential of hillside tourism in Fonkole. And then at the same time, in areas like Yampies and Stock Farm, where people talk about, Yampies, Stock Farm, Tarishpit, and Gutter Village, one thing I noticed is that there is a lot of footpaths that connect the communities.
In the yard we say shortcut.
Well, sorry, it's a colloquial term, shortcuts, but footpaths that connect the communities. And quite frankly, we see great opportunity there in ensuring that this is further developed, because people are using them consistently. I mean, I'm walking through the community doing house to house, and people are actively using those shortcuts to traverse from Roseau all the way up to Stock Farm, right? Using those shortcuts. Additionally, I mean, we mentioned waste disposal as a problem. So that is obviously something that will be reflected in the plans for Roseau North. But beautification is at the forefront, right? This is an expansion of Roseau, right? And so it is a priority that we ensure that, Roseau North starts looking like a suburban area. So this is just I would say, like a snippet of some of the ideas and plans. And these are all driven by some of the discussions that would have been had with many of the residents across different communities in Roseau North.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hello, good night.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this is Franklin Jumin calling there.
From Tarish Peats.
Yes. And Cochrane. Yes, and I just come from Cochrane in the Rabbit Fest. No.
Oh wow! I hope you had rabbit for us, Franklin.
No, I didn't. I didn't bring down. I bring down in my stomach. And it was very well attended. I know, Rich. I say let me reach down. I just around 9:30 there, so then I can just give a little hail up and thing. Yeah, but it had a lot of people. Imagine I going down the road and no people going up with.
Wow.
Yes, and there I saw a lot of Roseau North people there. They really participated. Yeah, man.
That's
so
amazing.
anyhow, Miss Ashma, I know the people from Roseau North is rolling with you. And as you said a while ago there, they have a lot of shortcut, but it's a lot of twists. They have a lot of twists. And your intention is to try to make some steps and so then the people, the young people, especially the elderly, will get a little better passage
better
to move across the constituency.
Indeed.
But I wouldn't be too long. I just call to just hail up and thing because you know it is there. And we bless night to you all. I'm listening.
Thank you, Franklin. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ashma, we know in discussing with young people, we know that we on all political fronts, people talk about young people, and sometimes young people feel very disconnected with the politicians or with politics. How do you intend to engage these young people?
Well, I mean, to be honest, Cecil, I've already mentioned like the approach is different because, like I've said, we recognize that young people may not necessarily be the ones who are participating and attending rallies. And so it's important to ensure that we can connect in them in the ways that might be better served to them. So, for example, we see many young people, for example, playing sports at Lindo Park. So while they may be playing sports, having a conversation with them or initiating a conversation with them on the basketball court or on the football field might serve better than inviting them to a rally because we're meeting them where they are.
Yeah.
I think a lot of modern day politics is really meeting people where they are. Not necessarily figuratively speaking, right? But by that, what I mean is I've done a lot of block visits, for example. Because too, I mean, many people might see blocks or they might stigmatize blocks. So the block culture may not necessarily be something that is seen as positive. But I actually did a research on block culture in Dominica a few years ago, basically to understand the roots, like how block culture evolved and like where it came from and what is the benefit of block culture or as people would say, like if it's negative. And from my research, I can understand that there are different reasons why people have blocks, right? It's not necessarily transactional, as people may assume in most cases. For some individuals who may not necessarily find that father figure at home, they find brotherhood in blocks, Good. So even to sitting on the blocks and talking to the young boys on the blocks can serve as an opportunity to engage young people. So really, politics, modern day politics, is really meeting people where they are. And where they are could be anywhere. It could be having conversations after church, visiting with young people in schools, because from my own perspective, I really think that we need to ensure that there's greater civic engagement that happens at primary and secondary levels. I believe that for far too long, we have not necessarily engaged young people in civics as we should. And so while that may not translate to a civics class, but it could translate to having a civics conversation prior to class, or I know that Honorable Alfred would have boasted about the 5 minutes Creole initiative that was launched at schools, but perhaps there can be something that is piloted similarly but surrounding civics. So having some discussion about civics engagement at primary, secondary, and even tertiary levels is important, because one of the things I think that is very critical is ensuring that our young people have soft skills which include critical thinking and analytical thinking that can allow them to have conversations beyond the typical standard conversations that young people have, right? And being able to articulate themselves in ways beyond the standard conversation, right? So again, for me, it's really just meeting people where they are and trying to advance civics as well in the discourse among young people.
Let me ask you. I know, for instance, within the region of Foncolé and B-Town and those areas, these areas are more fishing communities.
Yes.
I'm talking about at the grassroots level. They engage in that trade. What are you going to do for them? How do you see yourself interrelating? Will you meet them at the base, as you said? It's better to meet them at the ground level and discuss with them and hear their issues. I know, for instance, more specifically, especially in the Foncolé area, where a lot of the young fellas are engaged in that trade of fishing. How will you engage them? How do you intend to engage them?
Well, I've already been engaging them. They were actually the first group of people that I engaged.
Okay.
Because from an economic lens, one of the first things I was looking at within the constituency is really what avenues can we potentially tap into to increase our productive capacity in the Rosenhof constituency. And we are a fishing community, Pottersville all the way down to Foncolé. We have many fishermen. In fact, when we celebrated the Fisherman's Feast at the end of June last month, I actually hosted a fisherman's mixer. So I invited fishermen to honor them and as well to celebrate with them their efforts and their contributions to the fishing industry. And I took the opportunity there to engage with them and to inquire about the challenges that they were facing in fishing. Now, I've been observing. One thing I like to do is really to observe, to really make an analysis of a particular sector. And from conversations, the fishermen are definitely experiencing some challenges. For some of them, storage is an issue. And we've already made some interventions there for the Foncolé fisheries, for example. I already delivered some storage units to the Foncolé fisheries, and there are plans to ensure that we deliver a few more. But outside of that, a key area that we recognize that we need to really hone into is on the expansion of the export readiness for fishermen.
I heard, as you're saying that, I heard this week on Facebook, a good friend of mine, Derrickson Charles,
my friend over there,
making statement of that nature. Export of the fish.
Yes, I mean, obviously, in discussions with the fishermen, some of them pointed out that they would like to catch more fish, right? But at the same time, the export aspect of the fishing sector has not necessarily been one that they have been able to tap into. So, quite frankly, it's a matter of now going back and understanding what may have been the blocks to or barriers that have really contributed to them not being able to fulfill that, and then seeing how we can assist them. But now my business mind is thinking as well. But you see, most of the fishermen and the farmers that we have in Dominica operate like they were just doing it because they love to do it. You love to fish and you fish, and you love to farm and you farm.
I like the way you put it, yeah.
But the business model that supports the success of this business, I think, is very absent.
So you're saying, let's visit a little bit on agriculture. Bananas. We saw in the heydays of bananas in the 80s into the early 90s, there was no business model that the farmers could have adopted to really see the success of the industry? That's what you're talking about.
I mean, like, I'm not trying to say that, these people, many of our farmers and our fishermen, they're not savvy in conducting their business. Yeah. But when I ask, for example, what's your profit margin? I mean, people cannot tell me a number. Or I ask, well, what is the highest cost you have that contributes to your operating costs? And that cannot be answered either. And I ask, well, do you document? Do you document, what your sales? And yes, they do document that. But I think there has to be some kind of capacity development and capacity building in the business aspect of these sectors. Because when people understand the finance aspect of a business, I believe that is what can really contribute to the success. Because that's where you can identify, okay, so perhaps I'm spending too much time on sea, and my gas expenses are too high. That maybe I'm tapping into me making less profit. Or potentially it might be, well, what if I sell my fish at $9 instead of $10? Would I be able to sell more fish? Because obviously the law of demand says that if the price is lower, people buy more. Because people would say, I'm selling it at 10 because that's where I make a profit. But at the same time, I mean, if it's price elastic and people are buying more, if the price is lower, perhaps you might make more money because you're selling it at a lower price. So again, it's the business model that is surrounding the sectors, I think, that really needs some kind of focus within the constituency as well, because the fishermen have been successful. But again, for me, it's always seeing, well, how can we upgrade? See more success. They've been doing well, but how can they do better? Yeah. Right? So this is really one aspect that I have really considered and looked at as it relates to the fishing sector. But importantly, modernizing the fishing sector as well. I've already discussed with the fishermen, potentially hosting a fishermen's festival or fish festival sometime later on in the year. An opportunity for them to, interestingly enough, teach people about the different gender of fish, and that a male and a female tuna taste different. I mean, I didn't even know these things before I started talking to the fishermen in Fonkole. They were telling me all about the taste of the fish. The taste of a female is different from the taste of a male, and how you can identify that. And as well, some people don't necessarily like preparing marlin because it's a more difficult fish to cook or to prepare. So having a fish festival might be something that can grow into something larger and give opportunity for the fishermen to, sell more fish, advertise their product more, and lead to greater success for them.
Let me put another question to you, because I heard you mention earlier on in terms of the cultural aspect. Mm-hmm. I know, for instance, you live in the area, and for instance, there used to be some festival that they used to have in Portersville where they would block off the road, a sort of thing almost like Coney Conla with
Fisherman's Feast.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How do you intend to resuscitate that?
Of course. I mean, that's not a question. While Mr. Jermaine here was talking about him having to go to Cochrane, I'm saying next year, we're going to have a feast in Rosenhof, and we're going to figure out what the feast is going to be, because we are going to become the envy of all constituencies across Dominica.
As you're speaking, I just want to inform some people. I'm reading Facebook as you're speaking. This is the Lakou program, and we have not moved away from the objective of the Lakou program. We have looked at as we always say, we are looking at the struggles of life and where the person is and the intention of the person, where they would like to go. So we're speaking to Ashma on this. I also said earlier on that we are going to make it our business to invite all of the candidates of the various parties. I just want to inform the people who are on Facebook. Maybe they tune in late to inform them that DBS Radio is not a propaganda machine. So we're not using Ashma here to be a propaganda machine. Next week, if Danny agrees to be on, Danny will be on. And the following week, if we can get Boston to be on, he will be on. And if there's any other candidate that we know of, of the UPP or any other candidate, they will be on. So I just want to show everybody. So we're not a propaganda machine. And the same kind of questions that have been asked to Ashma, the same treatment that Ashma has gotten, the same treatment the other persons will receive. Good evening to you, caller. Your live.
Yes, Cecil, I'm listening. And what you just said came to mind early on, because I understood, and I'm listening, that there is going to be a joint, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a debate, a joint talk show or whatever it is between Ms. McDougall and Mr. Luge next week. Is that still coming true?
Miss McDougall.
Yes, I believe it's still organized and planned for Wednesday. And it's a panel discussion.
College, right?
Excuse me?
At the college.
I'm not sure what Mr. Bob's location is, but it was advertised to be Fonkule.
I think, yes, okay. Because some of the things that are being repeated here tonight will go down well so keep those information for when you go to meet Miss, because we know already what Dominicans are. But Ms. McDougall, I want you to answer one question for me, and I'm going to suggest something to you. One question is, I read Facebook very often, and I'm on Facebook almost every hour of the day. How many red envelopes that have you been distributed around the community? Don't go yet, because that is what I'm reading, that you have certain gentlemen going around distributing red envelopes. But Mr. Luge introduced his two brothers at a meeting in Tarish Pit. So I guess they must have come down to support him and to vote for him. Okay? Now the other thing is, you see, I speak my mind. And there's a saying that goes, who vexed lost.
Speak your mind.
There's one thing I would want you to investigate and speak with the authorities. There is a small building in the vicinity, in the community of Simon Bolivar in Stock Farm. When I was president of that committee in Stock Farm, we used to have meetings. It was called the Stock Farm, It was a little community center that we were supposed to have expanded on, and even try to organize a daycare and a preschool. Now, for years now, this building is occupied by a gentleman, one of your opponents in the coming by-election, is occupied as a car rental place.
Caller. I don't think I want us to go there, please. I think if according to you, if the person is going to be on the program, sometime in the future. No. The person is not on the program tonight, and you said that the person is supposed to be a candidate.
Yes.
And I'm saying the person will have the opportunity to come on the radio and to defend his or herself.
Yes.
So I don't think it is fair for Miss McDougall to be here to
listen to me, sir.
No. I won't.
Listen to me a while, please.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
How can someone defend themselves when nothing is brought to them?
No, I am saying to you that you're asking Ashma to investigate, and I'm saying to you that's not the job of Ashma.
No.
I don't think that's the right approach.
Well, you see, you're not following me.
I follow you. I follow you, caller.
No. Cecil, you just like to put things in people's mouth, but that is not what I was going to say. You have to listen to me. Let me finish.
Make your point.
In as much as you bought in and want to prevent me from saying what I'm saying, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a simple thing. You informed. You're saying you want Ashma to make the research, and I'm saying to you, you're saying about the person is going to be a contender.
Yes.
I am saying simple. Do not put Ashma into that realm.
Yeah.
Allow the person when the person comes on the program and ask the person the question directly. And whether the person say yes or no, you can rebuttal and say to the person, I have information that says otherwise.
Otherwise.
Come on, man.
Good
evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening. Good evening to you, caller.
Person will call.
Sorry about that. So as I was saying earlier on, Ashma, that and to the listening public, there are some persons who will have tuned in late.
Yeah.
I may not have heard that we made mention.
Yeah, make
it's
it
our
mention.
intention to invite the other candidates, whoever they are. I'll be tomorrow morning. I'll be calling Danny, because I know Danny for sure is a candidate. I've also seen on Facebook where Sherman Boston has said that he'll be an independent candidate. So I'm saying clearly that all of these people, so DBS Radio is not a propaganda machine for no one. All right, so it's a balanced thing. We have these two people. We have Ashma today, and next week we'll have another person, and the following week we'll have another person. So Ashma, let us talk about Center Roma. I think it is called NO4, Federation Drive, Center Roma. This area is somewhat different from other parts of the constituency. How do you plan to engage these people?
Funny enough, Cecil, we're actually hosting a bingo. It's again the modern day politics of things. So not necessarily, we don't want to erect tents and speak to people and speak at people, but really just do more active listenership. So we're actually hosting a bingo community connections in NO4 on Friday. And just like with every other of the meetings, the objective is really to connect, bring people together, connect them, but importantly to understand what their challenges are. Now, I'm already in touch with people in the Center Roma and Upper Goodwill area, and again, the challenges across different communities, across the communities are quite different. In the Center Roma area, we've been hearing talks of safety within the community and, of course, infrastructural development. So while and as well in Mont Daniel, again, infrastructural development, so the roads. So, these two communities, the challenges that are being iterated are quite different from that of other communities. So the objective is obviously to meet with the constituents in a different format, but then not just to hear what challenges are experienced by them, but also for them to feed into how these can be tackled, how these can be remedied. Because sometimes, we may have a particular approach that we think might be ideal or effective, but we have been, so many different ideas have been thrown at us along this journey with regards to how to tackle these. And so obviously I try to yield to the guidance of the constituents because they're the ones experiencing these constraints. So one of the suggestions that came from a previous meeting with NO4 residents was, they want to have more activities that make them feel more connected and make them feel like, there are things that they can attend within their community. So this is where the bingo surfaced. So we're having a bingo community connections evening on Friday. And, we'll be inviting the residents, particularly from NO4, to attend. And from that meeting, hopefully we'll garner enough insights to create somewhat of a development plan for Center Roma and its constituents.
No, I want to ask you a question. I know that it's been organized, or let's talk about it, in terms of the candidates, all the candidates. Mm-hmm. I know for a very long time in Dominica political culture, we haven't had that. But I'm hearing talk on the streets that there's going to be a discussion. I don't know what format it will take in terms of inviting you and the rest of the candidates in a discussion. And I know very often people say, why is she going now? Or why he going now? From all different angles. People will be giving their points of view. Is that going to take place?
Well, as of now, it's advertised that there's a panel discussion happening on Wednesday. And I'm not sure if both of the candidates or if all of the candidates have confirmed their attendance. However, I think it's a great opportunity to really listen on to the different ideas and the plans that the potential candidates or the potential parliamentary representative will have for the constituency. Obviously, as an academic, you know where I stand on this. I train students to debate, so I cannot tell you how where my mind is at with regards to. You can only imagine where my mind is at in regards to a debate, because again, I've impressed a lot tonight on how politics has changed. I remember in 2014, when I was still a lecturer at Dominica State College, actually I would have organized a debate for the political candidates. So coming from that perspective and now being drawn here, for me, it's exciting because it gives an opportunity to really to discuss the ideas, to rebut ideas as well, because quite frankly, a discussion is as healthy as how it can be argued. So I think it's a great opportunity as well for the electorate to really listen in and to draw conclusions from the different ideas that are challenged across the different candidates. So I welcome the idea. Honestly, it's a really great initiative.
No, Ashma, we would have seen from 1951 universal adult suffrage that women before that didn't have the rights to even participate in elections. We saw in 1957 there was a first woman who became the first leader of a party, the Dominican Labour Party, Shan Alfred. Then we saw in 1968 Eugenia Charles came on board as the leader of a party, and we seldomly saw women involved in the 70s. Now, presently in the administration of the Dominican Labour Party, you have around 7 or 8 women involved in the government of Dominica, ministers of government in Dominica. What do you make of women now into politics compared to what it was a few years ago? What do you make of it?
Well, let me add another piece to the appendage. Mm-hmm. Not only within the Labour Party are we seeing the emergence of women. I hear the names of several women being mentioned in a possible general election from different political interest groups. So the question would be, how do you see the role of women in politics?
I think the evolution of women, not just in politics, but seeing women in different professions, it's really a reflection of the participation of women in society today. And I will not defer to answering your question, but I want to just draw back to my own experience as a lecturer at college. And over the years, looking at the ratio of participation of women to men, even in formal education, we see a shift. Gone are the days where women were at home, perhaps, taking care of children, and being the persons who would be responsible for taking care of homes. When in my last few years of teaching, the ratios of women to men in a class, or I would say girls to boys in a class, was like 6-1. 6 women, 6 girls to 1 boy. So I'm not surprised at the emergence of women in politics, because it's really a reflection of how women have been participating more in society at large. More women are becoming professionals in engineering. More women are becoming professionals in any discipline. Women are not necessarily, and even too, we see the effects of it on our society as well, because we're having less children too, But I think women in politics is definitely admirable. Dame Eugenia herself was a very inspirational politician and role model to me. You mentioned the Iron Lady a couple times from the different comments that were made, and I have one constituent who told me last week, boy, that we need, for Rosanov. Iron Lady we need for this, and an Iron Lady first in Rosanov, then is that we need. And quite frankly, women just have a different approach. The way women and men operate are different. And so obviously the approaches that women will have in politics to men are quite different as well. And I think it's commendable, because as women we're not. It's not like we're limiting the scope of what we can do, because we're often said to be able to accomplish a lot. And so when we are selected to be at the forefront of decision making and policy making for a country, I can only imagine the effects that will obviously have on development and as well growth, because the approaches that women will take to politics is quite different to that of then. So I mean, it's encouraging, and at the same time, for young women who are looking, it's definitely inspirational. And I'm excited to see all the women who are entering the political landscape now.
You spoke earlier on in reference to economics. I want to find out from you what opportunities do you see that economics can go within your constituency, the Rosenhof.
I think you have a call.
You have the call.
Oh, let's give a chance. Yes, quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you.
And your guest, good evening.
Good evening, my brother. How are you?
All is well down here. North Carolina. I have two questions for the guest.
Go ahead.
First question is, you have been meeting with the fisher folks of the constituency. Do you have a number of fisher folks in your constituency? And are you suggesting continuing education to them, especially in the business field, in the business part of their employment? Because it's very important. I did mention a few things that they didn't know about, profit margins and all of that. We have the State College right there next door. I think you should suggest to them continuing education. And the second question is the CBI. What has the CBI done for you personally? Not the country, but for you. Can you give us one example? No, I'm listening to the response. I may call back.
Thank you.
So, as it relates to the number of fisher folk who are registered in the respective communities in the constituency, we have roughly almost 40 fishermen, and these are active, but we have many more fishermen who are not potentially currently actively fishing as well, and that is perhaps due to the constraints of not having access to a boat themselves. I would not necessarily promote formal education for fisher folk. I feel that this might be a little intimidating for some. I'm not saying that they cannot handle it, but I think, and while I do come from a background of education, not everything requires to be formalized. I mean, fishing has existed before, farming has existed before, with the absence of formal education incorporated into those sectors. What I am saying is that there needs to be some kind of method that is implemented within those sectors to ensure that there is a reflection of business acumen among our fishermen and among our farmers, because they're conducting business. It's not just, you don't just go to fish because you want to, sell fish and you want to harvest ground provisions because you want to be a farmer. It's business. You're trying to do is to sustain your livelihood. And if you're doing so, I think it's important that you can almost understand the business aspect. It's one thing to run a business, but it's one thing to ensure that you can run a business that can actually serve for a lifetime. I mean, having a legacy of your business is important. It's not important just to have a business for 10 years or 20 years. Probably seeing the legacy of your business through your children and your grandchildren is even more important. So I wouldn't really introduce formal education in either of those sectors, because I don't think that it might work to the benefit of the fisher folk and the and farmers who are operating within those sectors.
And I was asking you the question: what opportunities do you see do you see for the economic growth for within the constituency for Rosenhof?
Well, from an economics lens, quite frankly, and I know that the caller asked a second question about the citizenship by investment program. I actually want to segue into this because this was one of the recommendations that I'd actually submitted before, that CBI was not only something that could be used for investment in tourism, but also as an opportunity for small grants, an opportunity to invest in the private sector in different industries. So whether that be investing in cosmetology, or whether that be investing in retail and distribution, or whether that be investing in agriculture, whether that be fishing or actual farming, because there are many small businesses that are operating within the Rosenhof constituency and as well across Dominica. And from an economic perspective, many of these businesses have the potential to contribute significantly to economic growth in Dominica, right? I mean, if we know that the government has pledged that we want to see a contribution of $700 million to GDP contributed by agriculture. And I think that the fishing sector is definitely a key avenue to recognizing a large proportion of that, right? I'm not saying that, agriculture is dead and we should not invest in agriculture, but I mean, there's so much potential in fishing. The vulnerability is not as great as in agriculture. I mean, we've seen that the frequency and the severity of hurricanes have increased. And so farmers are more susceptible to climate shocks and other exogenous shocks that affect their sectors. So greater investments in the sector of fishing, for example, can definitely contribute to, for heavily in the net exports aspect of our GDP. Because if we're looking at, seeing growth, we don't only have to focus on producing fish to sell locally, catching fish to sell locally, but also looking at how we can expand on other markets outside of Dominica. And we're seeing there are potential markets where we could be exporting over $20 million worth of fish. So with regards to the economic lens, I'm really seeing that there are many different avenues that we can tap into in potentially expanding our economy and seeing growth across several sectors. And I see CBI being a great avenue for that as well. Obviously, these are plans that I have prematurely shared with the Prime Minister, but I endeavor to share greater with him some other plans from my discussions that I've seen with constituents as well.
Tonight's program is very interesting. Oh my God. Night off. Listening attentively while I am braiding my hair. Ashma, you are on the right path. Continue to do what you're doing. Very articulate lady indeed. Cecil and Brain, I like the trend of Lakou tonight. Something different, and the young lady's songs very impressive, thoughtful, inspired, and confident. I wish you well and all the best.
Look, you have another caller.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, as I said, I'll call back.
Yes, go ahead.
Although I agree with what the guest has said about education as such, continuing education. Okay, you said that you're never too old to learn.
Agreed.
Agreed, yes. Agreed.
It's a fact. The only thing is that you have to be willing to learn. Okay? Now, a second question about the CBI. I wanted her to tell me or tell the listening public, what has the CBI done for her personally? Now, we shouldn't be ashamed of the CBI in spite of the negativity. Citizenship by investment. We are all making investments. We are all invested in Dominica. But because we are born in Dominica, we don't need a second citizenship. They are perfect. So the people who are coming in, non-Dominicans, who are coming in to invest their money in the country, okay? And that money is used for economic development. What has it done for you? Give me one example of of the benefits of the citizenship by investment to you, the candidate, to you, the guest.
I find, basically, before Ashma answer, I really didn't understand what he was referring to in terms of, the particular individual, in terms of the CBI for that person. A CBI program, and that's me coming in here, is a national program. And I mean, the individual knows the importance of the CBI in relation to the international airport. He knows the investment in terms of the marina. He knows the other investment. So when these investments are injected, we all benefit from that. That is from the perspective, from an intellectual perspective. But to narrow it down to one specific individual, to me, is rather vague. I don't know how you'd react to that.
Well, I mean, just from a very... I don't want to be teaching economics on the radio tonight. But, I mean, we all know about the multiplying effects. Yes. So, personally, obviously, any investment that the government makes in any sector,
yes,
personally affects every individual. And obviously me. Because, for one, if a hotel is invested into and people are employed at that hotel, and these people take their money that they earn and spend it at a supermarket, and they pay taxes into the economy, and the government then takes the taxes and they could invest it in a road or they invest it in a school, of course I have personal benefit in that. So I'm not going to go into, personalizing it perhaps how we may want it to be articulated. But I mean, we recognize the multiplying effects of investments like that the government will make in any case. So, I mean, I hope that satisfies the caller.
Right, well.
The international airport, what do you have to say about it?
Well,
from an economic standpoint.
You have another caller.
I hope it's not the same one.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, I have to call back.
Well,
I have to talk with you.
No, we don't. Caller.
I'm not going to the negative side.
Caller.
Hold on. The guest answered very well.
Good.
That is what I want to know. I want to hear. Everybody must understand that the multiplying effect of the investment made by non-Dominicans in the country. And we should appreciate it. And we shouldn't be afraid. We shouldn't feel guilty. We shouldn't feel fearful. We shouldn't feel doubtful. It is part and parcel of economic development of the country. The police officers, the judges, the magistrates have to get paid. Okay, the educators have to get paid. The healthcare professionals have to get paid. Those who are doing this infrastructure development have to get paid. Money. There's money invested in the country, and the money is used in economic development. That's all I want to hear.
So much passion.
Support of the CBI. Our opponent is not. I'm listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much passion from that caller.
Someone says, great question and great answer. Just like what he said.
He's very passionate.
Yes. So I was asking about the international airport.
Yeah.
But before that, another caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Cecil Joseph, Lady Swiss. Good morning to the... sorry.
It's already Monday.
Take your time, caller. Take your time.
Okay. This is Mali number 1, 007 Boom Day 2, better known as the Red Jet, the famous wrestler. Good night. Good night. What was it? To the young pilot from Roseau North. Right? I want to wish her all the best, God guidance and everything, and I want to tell her good luck. I listening to that, the young lady there. She is super. She is dynamic. She is everything, my brother. And the caller that called there, don't make him mix you up. You understand? Right? That is not much show that going on there. My brother, behave yourself and leave the lady alone. Mr. Cecil Joseph, a pleasant good night to you, my darling.
Senior, my good loving friend. Never will stop loving you.
And the brain, my brother.
Good evening, Mario.
Good evening, Moses. I get listening, and I in heaven and paradise. You have a good a good young lady, and the man want to turn and twist the young lady. Just cut him off and ignore him.
No,
you understand?
No, man.
I wish my sister rich and rich for the star. Never give up. Don't look back, my sister. You are great. You are super. You are dynamic. You are everything, my girl. I impress with you, right? I'm telling you, take care. God bless you, and I'll be along with you, my girl. I'm a very popular, well-known person. So I will say, Mr. Cecil Joseph can tell you, I just call him Cecil, but at work is Mr. Cecil Joseph, one of the best managers in DBS, my brother.
Thank you.
And the brain, he has so much brain. Mr. Joseph, I'm a good person there. So I'm lying down and I'm listening to you. So I wish you all the best. Oh my God! Long live DBS! God bless DBS! God bless Miss Ashford! Boom!
Boom! Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul.
That's an endorsement.
But I don't think. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I like questions like what the previous caller asked, because and I will say this unapologetically. We cannot all agree with, some initiatives that are introduced. If anything, I feel like we have to contend and contest ideas sometimes, Just like within your household, with your family members, you will not agree with everything that your parents ask you to do. Or you will not agree with everything that you're advised to do, or with every decision that people take within a household. And so it's the same thing within the government. Perhaps some persons might have contradicting or, contrary views to what the government might impose at one point in time. Of course, I articulated those boldly. So, I mean, I understand that persons do have reservations with the Citizenship by Investment Program. But again, we have seen the benefit of the Citizenship by Investment Program in Dominica, whether personally, whether by community level. And so I appreciate questions like those. I'm really not daunted by answering any question that anybody might pose.
The international airport, dealing with economics.
Yes, I mean, obviously, I don't know if you heard me say this at the rally, Cecil, but as quoted by my good friend Wendy, we're not building an international airport, we are building a runway for economic development. And that's what it is. It is a runway for economic development, because, I mean, the potential that this airport is going to have for Dominica's development nexus is really is next world. For one, I mean, people are traveling to different destinations that are not necessarily the traditional destinations. And so creating greater access to that is only going to create a corridor for us to see greater tourist arrivals, and it poses an opportunity for our service sector to obviously improve, to increase, to expand. Many people may say that we may not necessarily have the service sector to accompany or to complement the international airport, but right there is opportunity. More importantly, and again, we will see the multiplier effect here, because, with the jobs that are going to be created by this airport, many persons who would have gone off to study in specialized fields will have an opportunity to come back and serve in these particular fields. And don't leave it to chance to make foreigners be in these managerial positions at our airport. No, we have many skilled Dominicans who have gone off to study, and it poses an opportunity to return. At the same time, I can only see the potential for the for destinations to the more destinations to appear. Like I said, the hillside tourism in Fonkole is one, but people are traveling now because everything has to be captured on Instagram. Everything has to be reflected on social media. You travel and you want to snap a picture. And you only snap a picture of a place that you visited. So it only gives us opportunity to really enhance a lot of our spaces and a lot of our communities. And while we have something different to offer in Dominica, at the same time, we have an opportunity to enhance the areas that we have to offer. Outside of that, Cecil, we see so many different impacts across so many different industries. More fish for my fishermen in Fonkole and Pottersville and Betong to sell, because the restaurants have to stock up on food. And then even more service restaurants that people can actually go to, because sometimes people don't want to eat and dine at the hotels that they stay at. They want to experience the country. And at the same time, more excursions for persons across different communities. Perhaps we can now venture into having different excursions where people can be boated from dock to dock across the different coves in the island. So not just, experiencing Dominica by land, but also experiencing Dominica by sea. The potential is unlimited with regards to this international airport. I'm not just thinking about the people entering, but I'm already thinking further. Like, what are the opportunities for people who are here in Dominica as it relates to offering a service that is not necessarily offered already across different countries in the region? And as well, because it's good to take best practices from countries, but again, I'm not one to copy what other people are doing. I think it's important that we can try to understand what our strengths are, look at best practices, but see how we can develop new ideas that can potentially, position us to offer like a unique product that would really attract the modern day traveler, because that's what people are looking for. People are looking for something different when they travel. They're looking for the best views, they're looking for the best experience, and they're looking for things that they can capture on their vacation so that they can repost it on Instagram, and repost it on TikTok, and repost it on Facebook. So, the international airport, when this is opened in 2027, I can only imagine the pathways that will be launched to growth and development across different sectors in Dominica.
We have been hearing quite a lot about economics. Can you give us a clearer understanding with the word economics, and especially looking at the micro and macroeconomics? People sometimes hear those words and are confused and have no clear understanding as to what they actually mean. So can you help to define that for the listeners out there?
So you really want me to go back to a classroom tonight?
That was a good reason when you said I do not want to go back to a classroom. So I'm going to ask a classroom question.
But in the simplest form, when we look at an economy, that's how I really like to explain it to students when they come into the class for the first time, because economics is not necessarily a widely studied topic at high school. But when we look at our body, for example, right, and the way our body functions, there are several different arteries and organs in our body, and all of them allow our body to function. It's the same thing with an economy, right? You have households, you have businesses, you have the government. All of these are different organs, right, if comparable to our own bodies. And then you have different arteries, right? You have different roads that connect these different agents within an economy, basically to ensure that an economy can function. And economics is really trying to study how best we can allocate resources. And we know that resources are not necessarily unlimited. So how best we can allocate scarce resources in an economy to ensure that we are necessarily maximizing its potential. That's what really economics allows us to do. And well, micro and comes from the word, well, I mean, when you think of micro, the first word I think of is a microscope. So with a microscope, microeconomics looks at the nitty-gritties of an economy, right? So we look at, for example, well, how do we come up to pricing avocados for $5 in the market right now, right? So simple things like looking at price and looking at supply and demand. That's what microeconomics looks at. Whereas macroeconomics looks at the broader pictures. I mean, the policies, the international airport being developed, for example, CBI project, for example. So, like, you know, the big picture ticket items, looking at things from an aggregate perspective, GDP, the multiplying effect. So micro and macro are different in that microeconomics really looks at the intricate details of an economy and how they function, whereas macroeconomics looks at the economy as a whole.
I can see this in Parliament.
Right. Let me throw
I'm not going to be teaching economics in Parliament. Though.
Yeah,
no, you may not be
I
teaching
might have to do a course with the parliamentarians.
No. Let me throw a question at you. Many people thinking right now in terms of the budget.
Right.
The budget is coming up in the next couple weeks, maybe the 4th of August, thereabouts.
4th of August.
Yeah.
Yes.
The budget, madam. What is all that about? What is that budget thing that people always talk about? And some people get frightened about it. Some people at awe of it. What is that thing, budget, from your standpoint? What is all that about?
I mean, it's not necessarily something I think people are fearful of. I think people sometimes are not necessarily intrigued by it because they are intimidated by, they don't understand what the budget may mean, what the budget may be. But I mean, when you think of your life, you make $3,000 a month, you have to figure out how you're going to budget your $3,000 for that month, right? So just the same way an economy has to figure out how it's going to allocate. Remember, again, economics is allocating scarce resources. So how are we going to best allocate that $1 billion budget, right, across different sectors? And so the budget is really just the allocations to specific policy prescriptions, whether that be, you know, looking at financing new roads, looking at financing new infrastructure within the country. And at the same time, the other side of it too is, well, from a household perspective. So the micro aspect of it is, how does it translate to my life, my everyday life, right? So for example, when the government initiated and implemented the dollar per square foot land in Roseau North, right? That right there was a policy that directly impacted households, because housing and the cost of housing remains a critical issue. And if you own 2,000 square feet of land, or if you want to own 2,000 square feet of land, and you only have to pay $2,000 for that because of a policy that was, you know, proposed at budget, that's a key benefit to you. I mean, on average, you're buying land at $10 and $5 and $15, sometimes even $30 a square foot. So when policies like this are proposed in the budget, so that's why I say, like, we can really go along in the nitty-gritty things of it and look at different policies. Or for young people, I mean, last year the government implemented a $1 lease per year per acre for young farmers. That's another initiative that was implemented to ensure that young farmers had greater incentive to access lands, because access of land was a key problem that was articulated in regards to young people being motivated and incentivized to farm. So when we talk about the budget, I mean, yes, it may sound intimidating, $1 billion budget. How is the government allocating these resources? But really, it's trying to decipher, trying to understand and make sense of the policy prescriptions that are being implemented and how they might affect you as an individual. So I'm most keen on hearing about the proposals in the upcoming budget, because I was part and parcel of the different conversations that would have been had with different stakeholders, because at that time I was a business owner and was invited to forum for the private sector. So I would have sat with many other individuals within the private sector, and there were many different propositions that were pitched. I mean, a key concern of many people would be customs duties. And I mean, I know that the government has somewhat prematurely articulated that the custom duty reform potentially might be something that might be surfacing in the upcoming budget, right? So from a macro perspective, we're looking at, is the government going to be, removing or decreasing these charges? And what will be the impact on the revenue collection from a macro perspective? But from a micro perspective, me as an individual, I'm thinking, boy, is it going to be cheaper for me to import? Right? So this is really what the budget is. What policy prescriptions might obviously benefit households and individuals at a micro level, but at the same time, how these policy prescriptions are also going to benefit Dominica's growth and development at a macro level.
I would like to hear Brian. I would have liked to hear Ashma. I don't want to use the word take on, but have a discussion if other people like this, like a forum like this, in discussion on the whole issue of micro and macroeconomics, that will give people a broader understanding. Because I know there are some other people who speak contrary to what Ashma said.
But what you said, driving a lot of those policies is something that many Dominicans don't do in terms of the research methods. Basically, some of the policy formulations are done without sometimes the necessary research done. Because basically you'll have to do, that at some point in time, some pollsters told us through research that party would win 14 seats and that party would win that seat. So sometimes when you do the research has to be enabling you to be more scientific in terms of your prescription as to what policy you should formulate. So I'm very glad that she introduced within her economic classes the what I call research methods, because very often people make decisions without doing the necessary research.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
You're live?
You're live.
Good evening to you, caller. I'm sorry that you have to call me back. I'm really sorry. The person is still on the line, but...
Yeah, the person will have to call back.
No, Ashma, what do you make of Ashma McDougall working alongside with Roosevelt Skerritt, who has a vision of wanting to further develop Dominica from where it was?
Well, let me just put it that way, Cecil. I believe that from the scientific mind of Mr. Skerritt, looking at Ashma and hearing her intellect, I believe it was not accidental that he approached her to run. I believe he recognizes through her debating capacity, being the president of the the National Youth Council, and setting up all these debates in Parliament, he would have been listening to you. I'm sure he did. And maybe he liked what he heard. So I believe that's one of the reasons he may have approached you. Do you care to react to that, ma'am?
Well, you have a caller. I'm not sure if you want to take that call.
Let's take a caller. All right. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, I have to call back.
Yes, sir.
You spoke about the budget, okay? And I think we are a little misguided when you hear the budget. Okay? Remember that the budget is just an estimation of the spending and the revenue for the next fiscal year. It's an estimation, not actual. And what we focus on is the actual performance, of that year. So we should also focus on the actual. How did the government do, okay, over that period of budgeting, a period of time, okay? So we shouldn't be fighting about the budget. It's just an estimation. We are assuming that things are going to be in a certain way, and, things are going to be all right. But we have to take up contingencies and all of that. Brian and Cecil, I want to tell you something. Kenny, before, when you get your pension, Cecil getting your salary, they're all supported by the CBI.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's take another caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good. Speak up, please.
Speak up.
I said, good evening, Mr. McDowell.
I'm not hearing you.
We're not hearing you. Speak up, man. You have a big voice. Speak up. Good evening.
I suspect, Ronnie, your phone has a problem.
Your phone has a problem, Ronnie. You're locating.
I'm not hearing you at all. I mean, I hear a little bit, so I know it's your voice.
So relocate.
Well, Ronnie, try to get us again, please.
Relocate.
Question. The question that Brian asked earlier on.
Yes. So, going back to the question of your question was working alongside
with the Prime Minister,
right? The Prime Minister.
And Brian add on to.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to be honest, I'm excited for it because the Prime Minister has had a vision of transformation for Dominica, and we are already seeing some of those products come to life. I mean, with major capital projects like the international airports, the marina, the cable car project. I mean, all of those are definitely along the trajectory of transforming Dominica. But at the same time, I definitely believe that there are other things or other initiatives and other projects and other plans that we also have to also simultaneously look at while looking at these large projects. And I'm excited to work alongside not just the Prime Minister, but obviously the other members of Parliament, because for me, and Cabinet, because like I mentioned, there are subsidiary sectors that I feel Rosa North will be definitely tapping into, like, for example, tourism and small business and agriculture. So not just working alongside the Prime Minister, but working alongside the other members of Cabinet across different sectors, and seeing how we can obviously find complementary ways across our own constituencies to tap into those sectors and grow our own pockets of Dominica individually. Because, while we may be looking at Dominica from a macro perspective, the macro is really, the success of the macro is dependent on the success of each pocket. And the more successful the pockets are, the more successful the country is. So I'm not just excited to work alongside the Prime Minister. I mean, just by him recognizing my own talents and the contributions that I can make is humbling enough. And I appreciate that opportunity to serve. But at the same time, I also recognize that his leadership and the advice that he'll provide for my own mentorship into this political landscape, because again, I'm fresh into this. People say, boy, you sound like you were made for this, like you sound like a natural. But I mean, I'm 6 weeks into politics, so for me, just having that guidance as well is quite enlightening, and I'm really enthusiastic about serving alongside many of these seasoned politicians.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Good evening. This may just be a micro or macro political question.
About the doctor. Professor, good evening. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening to you, Stein.
Yeah, the professor is there now. Yes.
Good evening. Good
evening, Dr. Stein. Dr. Steinberg Henry.
Yes.
Good evening, Miss Maduro. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Yes, I've been asking this question because it keeps running through my head and I haven't had an answer for it as yet. Danny Luge won in 2014 against Julius Timothy. And in 2019 he won against Joseph Isaac. He didn't participate in the 2022 election because the workers didn't come into it. I wonder to what extent that demographic from Glasgow to Fokole to Yampis to Tarish to Mount Daniel to Goodwill, to what extent has that dynamic changed that would now present you the possibilities of a win? In a sense, have you discussed that? Well, it is a strange question to ask you. Have you discussed that strategically in camera? But is this something that has come to mind to you? What has changed about that demographic that says Danny Luge is going to lose? He's not likely to win because he didn't participate in 22. Is it Ashma McDougall's charisma? Is it a shift in demographic in Fokole or Yampis or Mondaniel? Do we have more young people? You study things well. Can you help me grasp this dynamic? Okay, I just thought I'd ask this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Dr. Stein. Yeah.
I mean, that's a very interesting question. That's research that I wish I had the time to take on extensively, like it was a research paper. But quite frankly, from my own observations on ground, there are a combination of different factors that have obviously changed on ground. For one, the younger demographic, the younger voters, like myself, and younger, are not necessarily the atypical voters that have been very politically charged or very loyal to a particular party. I mean, in my conversations with older voters, if people have been committed to a party, that's where they stand. And I think I actually had this conversation with Cecil sometime last year in December, where we were talking about generational voting. You know, sometimes, well, in the past, I would say, over generations, you know, your mother was red, your grandmother was red, your great-grandmother was red, her grandmother was red as well. And to be honest, I'm not seeing a lot of that when I speak to young people in the constituency, because young people are voting based on their own intentions and their own wants for their own success in their own personal lives, and based on who candidates they think that can potentially deliver that to them and to their constituency. For many, some of them have specific needs that they obviously want to see realized for their communities, and obviously that's not something that can be done in opposition, right? And that's the argument that has kept recurring. So with regards to demographic, I would say that some of it has slightly changed. The voting patterns, well, I don't know about the voting patterns, but I would say that the patterns of discussion pre an election has changed as it relates to people, you know, being extremely politically charged on either side, because that was generationally what would have occurred before. And I mean, there are other factors as well. I mean, I wouldn't go on to disclose those. No, perhaps they might come in a discussion probably post by election, because then I think then we'll be able to draw better conclusions from that.
Very good, very good, very good. From my observation as well, and she's right, in terms of patterns, because I know, for instance, many, many years ago, Fonkole was deeply red, and then it changed into blue.
It was deeply red, changed into green.
Green, and then
yes.
with for instance, with Alan Guy,
and Babs Dyer.
Right. So I'm saying, very interesting observation that you made, because the dynamics can shift based not only on generational patterns, but basically on what is really on the ground with the changing dynamics of young people and the thinking.
Indeed. I mean, and all thinking is quite different. I think that many young people are more objective in their thinking when it comes to civic engagement, not necessarily looking at potentially party or color, but based on the premise of how probably a candidate or a party can deliver.
So someone's on the telephone. Good evening to you. Caller, you're live.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening, Ashma.
Good evening.
Cecil, that's my Joseph.
And I wish her well, and I hope she will get a listening ear when she will from TM and the whole organization. Cecil, I had a situation where I work for the carnival. I don't know if you call to carry the queen up in Grandy. I was one of them. And it's through Ashma, I end up getting to. She's a very reliable, competent, and a very serious woman. After I do all the work, transport the thing, the person who was calling me all along with me never took my call after when the job done. And I just tell myself, something, Ashma called me a couple of times, let me call her. And when I called that young lady, it did not take a whole day. It just took a few minutes. Then I'm going to hang up her. I'm going to call somebody who's supposed to be responsible to pay you after the job's done. And in a short space of time, I did get it. And not only that, she has put money in my pocket, food on my table, and ensure I survive a number of times.
And you're calling from Roseau South to say that?
Roseau South.
And I'm calling from Roseau South
to say that.
Because I already tell her I wish her well in just a matter on Roseau South. And she knows me very well one-on-one.
That's right, Billy.
Ashma, take care of yourself and have a good event and be good.
Thanks, my classmate,
Thank
Billy.
you so much.
All right.
We have another caller.
Let's go take another caller. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
We just, yeah.
I just can't have that caller.
I want to let you know, Cecil.
Yes.
Do you know what's happened? We are 10:52.
10:52.
We just 8 minutes away from the end of the show.
Cecil, no, it's far past my bedtime. As a young person,
so
if we could have, if Mr. Deceased Macmillan stayed, 88-year-old, stayed in the studio for 4 hours. I mean,
stay till 1. Yes, I can stay till 1 a.m.
And the telephone, it's ringing, and we have to respect Ashma having to go to bed at a certain time. It helps in the development of her mind.
Okay, good. So, Cecil, any more? Yeah, Ashma. In terms of, we have another caller.
Let's take a caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, Cecil. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Are you hearing me better now?
I'm hearing you better.
Much better, yes.
Okay, thank you. Miss McDowell, thank you for coming on there and speaking. My name is Ronnie. I mean, you used my name early on. And before I start, Cecil, I want to tell Miss Melissa sympathy to her dad. Her dad was a very down-to-earth man. I remember selling in the market. He would always walk down and buy his products from me. Very, very humble man. And sometimes I would drop by her office and drop certain things, like to keep him up, like for rubbing, for massaging. But Miss McDowell, I want to thank you for speaking tonight and speaking because I live in the Goodwill era. I'm a small business person. And I really love the way you speak. And your discipline. One of the things I admire about you and the senator from Marigot, Mr. Paris, for your discipline. And I know your people way back, but I want to speak a little bit on Pottersville, Goodwill. It's a very industrial era. In fishing, small business, home industry, that a furniture place. Just between roll spare parts. And there is so much to say, but I want to speak on small business because you speak about trade and marketing for the fisherman. Yes, there is a big industry for everything, agriculture, because we have 1 million people close to us, Martinique, Guadeloupe. Some of these soils cannot grow food. Even the fish in the sea is not healthy to eat. So I want to push you on that program. If you look at these shelves where they sell pumpkin bread, how expensive it is. And I think some of them produced in the stock farm era. Local bread. With banana flour, pumpkin flour. So I want to tell you, this is the way to go. Look at the amount we importing. the cost. You say you're in economics, you're in finance. If you get a statistic of the amount of food we import in the millions it costing us, and we don't have to import all that. But if you want to grow an industry, we have to put in a small plant, a factory, a small factory. It don't have to be a big factory, like the old time days with diesel. You can produce a factory, like use solar panel or air, like what Mackenzie had. I look at the area between public works and EHL. That used to be for housing. I mean, if you want to grow industry, you must put in those things, because the small businessman cannot buy those appliances. So if you want to grow the industry, it's just like you give the fisherman a boat. You have to give him a motor. But think about it, and that is where all the tourists passing from the cruise ship. But it's a long road, and the time not enough to explain to you. It's a 4-room debate where you can get every idea. Have a good night. And I know, by the way, I know your grandmom and your great-grandmom and them, Miss Maud, Winston St. Rose. I used to go down there with him in the 70s, the early 80s. It's in Coolibistry, Rennet. I spent time down there with them, and I used to spend time by your grandmother in Pottersville, just at the back of Diane Peters. That house is still there. And if you like your grandmother, you're a nice lady. I was a little boy and going at a home. I sleep with your father and Prevost, that's your big uncle. And she never treat me bad. Good dinner, man. Sardine and high dinner. So I really want to thank you, man. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And thank you for those contributions, Ronnie, because while I may not have necessarily touched on it, because I wouldn't have expected to really anticipated to touch on every single plan or idea or intervention tonight. But even organizations, even in our constituency and the community of Pottersville, like Shore Lifesavers, I'm pretty sure you've come across those dried seasoning bottles on the shelves of the garlic and the onion powder, the cayenne pepper, produced right here in Dominica in Pottersville. And these, Cecil, have you seen them? Do you know which one I'm speaking of?
I'm trying to. I know there are two, right?
So it's the ones with the red caps on them.
Yes.
And they're very popular in the supermarkets. To be honest, all this time I was thinking that the product was imported, but the product is made right down in Pottersville.
And there's also at our meetings, you normally send for your they call this this hors d'oeuvre that
the hors d'oeuvres, yes.
Yes, made right here by a young lady.
Right. So we do have persons who are agro-processing. I mean, even Mr. Frampton up in Stock Farm, who's producing the plantain flour and the like other types of flour that's sold at ACS 7-Eleven. So we do have opportunities for that. And I just had a conversation with Mausi Shaw down in Pottersville when I visited her business place sometime 2 weeks ago, as it relates to the production of their products, because these are comparable to all of these that we're importing from Badia and these other products like Maggi. And again, I mentioned how I love to travel. So in 2019 I was visiting Sri Lanka, and surprisingly this is a country where many people actually do production within their homes, but they look like small scale factories, and literally all they have are these machines that can allow them to produce at larger scales. We have many companies in Dominica that is producing tea bags, even instant powder from chocolates, and as well not just tea bags but tea bombs as well. So, and surprisingly enough, again, it's through our audits to invite businesses to the business meeting that we had, we discovered all of these small businesses. So no, it's not limited. The business scope is not limited to fishing or agriculture, because there are also agro-processors right in Roseau North, right down there in Pottersville, right there in Stock Farm, right there in Goodwill, and other parts of Roseau North, and by a wider extension, Dominica. So all of these are on the cards for Roseau North. I mean, so many plans, and I don't think 4 hours would have been enough to articulate all.
Thank you very much, Ashma, and messages are still on Facebook, and I'm sure that tomorrow morning a lot of people are going to tell you what a good program that you had, and I'm really happy that you were able to make the 4 hours that we spoke of earlier on. Contrary to maybe Brain, knowing that Ashma wanted to go and sleep at a certain time, but when the calls start to come in and people start to engage, the 4 hours have gone, and I'm sure Ashma is not even aware that the 4 hours have gone on, all right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, to be honest as well, Cecil, I mean, I'm a very early person, but the campaign has been having me up.
I know.
At all odd hours of the evening. And that's just what it is. I mean, service requires, obviously, service above self.
We'll take a final
and so I really appreciated the conversations we had here tonight, and even the questions that were asked by the callers, whether they were intimidating, whether they were, great comments, encouraging words. I really enjoyed myself on this program tonight.
Would you take a final call?
Of course.
Take a final call.
Good evening to you, caller.
Okay, good. I have to say thanks for the contribution this afternoon. I wish you well. I think you're a winner. You're the winner. The others are not powerful. So, just keep on keeping on, and you are part of the winning team in the first. So feel confident that you're going to win this thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashma, we come to the end of the wonderful programs. People are saying how wonderful the program is. I'm sure that in the morning and maybe even tonight when you're driving home, people are going to call you and tell you good contribution. And I think that you have really helped in opening the eyes of many people. Next week, you're going to have another candidate. Hopefully, that when we discuss with the other candidates, that they tell us yes and wow. Actually, can you take that last call?
Of course.
Wow. Good evening to you, caller. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And so, Ashma, your closing words.
Your closing remarks.
So, again, Cecil, I really want to thank you for inviting me on the program this evening. The conversation was quite enriching. I was pleasantly surprised how 4 hours ran very quickly. Importantly, I want to really thank as well, Brain, for sitting in as well and co-hosting the program. I really appreciated the questions that you all pitched this evening. I think we had a very rich discussion. While, I am a political candidate, I felt that the first few hours we spent on the program seemed like it was non-political. And I think I really appreciated the opportunity to share more of myself with the listening public. And so I want to thank as well the public for calling and sending encouraging words, and importantly asking questions, because, like I keep on saying, I feel like it's important to ensure that in spaces like this, you're challenged. It's not just asking easy questions, but being able to also answer the difficult ones as well. And I want to as well send positive words to the people of Roseau North, to my guys under the fish tree playing dominoes on a Sunday, and to my friends at the fisheries, the Fonkole fisheries, to the people of the gutter, the Fonkole, the Yampis, Tarish Pete, Mont Daniel, Santa Roma, Goodwill, Pottersville, Louisville. I haven't left out anyone. Well, Ravincock, all of these areas in the Roseau North, I really ask for your support in the upcoming by-election. Quite frankly, there are so many plans that you have iterated to me over the last few weeks as it relates to where you envision the constituency going in the next 5 years. And I feel that with the plans that we are working on together, there really is no other candidate that can deliver that the way that we will deliver it with the Labour Party. So I ask for your vote of confidence in me, and I ask you to keep on following this campaign and following the train. And obviously, I look forward to
do you
your
have a
support.
Facebook page that people can follow you?
Yes, Ashma C. McDougall is my official Facebook page. And, you can keep on engaging with the different content that we post there. But at the same time, if there are questions that you want to pose, if there are comments that you want to obviously offer that can collectively contribute to, seeing growth, seeing development within the communities in the constituency, I urge you to do so. And I look forward to representing you at the national level.
I'm sure we forgot one thing to ask people to be confirmed.
Boy, let me tell you, Cecil, to be quite frank, this by-election has been bringing out people from the woodworks to confirm. But more importantly, definitely I really want to encourage persons to get out there and to get confirmed. The process for such, just to give you a little background on it, if you may not necessarily be familiar, what is required is for you to visit your confirmation center either at the Red Cross, for persons who are registered in NO1 to NO5, NO1 being from Pottersville to Goodwill to Upper Goodwill to St. Aroma to Tarish Pete to Gutter to as well Louisville. You are registered, you are confirmed in the Red Cross. And what you take along with you is a valid passport and a witness, so somebody who lives in the same polling district as you do. Or if you do not have a valid passport, you can take a valid ID along with a birth certificate to get confirmed. Okay? So what is necessary is either a valid passport on its own or a valid ID like a Social Security card or a driver's license. But when you're using your IDs, you have to take along a birth certificate. And a witness, the witness has to be voting in the same polling district as you are. So if you're registered in NO3, your witness has to be from NO3. At the same time, we have been driving a very rigorous, and I'll say this here because I've heard claims of, the Labour Party and myself registering people outside of Roseau North. I think if people were doing their work, if people were getting their work done, they'd recognize that there are a lot of young people who are unregistered living in the Roseau North constituency. On a daily basis, when I do house to house, I can come back and identify upwards of 10 to 12 people who are not registered in their communities. So I think it's important that we have conversation. And I guess, as I mentioned earlier, this is where the civics engagement is important, because a lot of young people may say, I'm not going to vote because I don't see the need to, right? But it's important to ensure that you get registered. And like I tell people that I meet, it doesn't matter what side of the coin that you sit on or what political party that you support or you do not support. It's important to exercise your democratic rights. And regardless of you choosing to vote or to not vote, at least let the option be available for you when the election day comes. You get registered, and if you choose not to vote, then that's fine. But at the same time, if on the day you decide, boy, I really want to go support this candidate, then you want to ensure that the option is available to you. So I would really like to encourage the persons who are not registered. We're talking about young people, but I've been meeting people who are 60 and 70 who are going to vote for their first time. And I think, the confirmation process has really been keen on ensuring that people who are voting where their interests are. I've been seeing a lot of that and coming across a lot of that. People who live or who have lived in Rose. I am one of those persons, because I am registered. Well, I'm no longer registered there, but I used to be registered in the Roseau South constituency up until the last election, because that's where I got registered, and Bath Estate is so near, so I just went and I voted there. But there are so many people who, like me, kept on voting in the constituency that they registered. So there are lots of people who live in Roseau North who vote in Grand Fort and Calibishi and Portsmouth and all different parts of the country, because they never had a reason to really change the constituency that they vote in, and they've been living there for more than 30 years. I mean, I've met so many people who are living in Roseau North, but they are voting outside of Roseau North. There are a lot of people who are registered in Roseau North and don't live in Roseau North anymore either. I think it's important to ensure that in the confirmation process, you are registering where your interest lies. Because when you live in Goodwill and you come to me and you tell me, we need to ensure, I'm asking, are you registered here? Do you vote here? And it's important because, I'm not saying that your interests do not matter or your interests does not matter. But it's important to ensure that you are articulating the concerns that you have in the area that you vote. So please ensure you get out to confirm. Please ensure for those of you who are not registered, you get out to register. And the confirmation and registration centers are at the Red Cross and at Fonkole Preschool. So it's right opposite the Domlek on the Fonkole Flats.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Ashma.
Ashma, before you go, someone says that I'm listening to Ashma. I endorse her, and I just hope that I'll be there to vote for her. I pray for her. This is an educational session, excellent program. Ashma is so smart. After listening to Ashma tonight, she is the only choice. And what a good way to end our program.
Yeah.
And I just want to say to Ashma, thank you very much for entertaining us and to give us all of that information. Hartly, your last.
Very interesting, very objective. The goals were clearly defined. I saw the vision, which is never give up, always take a challenge. And I must say, I was very impressed with the way you stood up for your 4 hours. And wish you well, and looking forward to you having a good rest, and we will meet in the future.
If it's one thing I love about the Lakou program, it's not about rambling, it's about getting information from people. All right, so thanks again, Ashma, and thanks again, my co-host. Let's continue serving ourselves in a good way and serve our country and serve our God that we love all. That we all love, sorry. So once again, I want to say bye-bye and have a nice night as we continue listening to BBC World Service.
Janat Jalil gave me this update from Bordeaux.
It's a pretty desperate situation right now. The wildfires are edging ever closer to the city of Bordeaux in this famous winemaking region at the height of the holiday season, despite the desperate efforts of more than 2,000 firefighters who are being helped by thousands of soldiers, police and volunteers. They still haven't been able to bring them under control. They're also using firefighting aircraft, many of which have been loaned by neighbouring European countries, but the battle is still going on and time is running out because temperatures are expected to rise again sharply on Tuesday. And the mayor of Bordeaux is saying that the flames are now just 15 kilometres from the edge of the city. But he's downplayed reports that the authorities are making contingency plans to evacuate it, because that would be a massive challenge on top of the